Question that clauses 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
That the bill be amended by deleting clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be deleted. I put the question that clause 11 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 13. Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Chairperson Jailak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose an amendment to clause 13, that clause 13 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words interest of the officer or the interest appearing immediately after the word to further the, and substituting therefore the words private interest of the officer or.
I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose an amendment to clause 15 to read that clause 15 of the bill be amended in subclause 1b by deleting the word offer appearing immediately after the words reporting authority and substituting therefore the word acceptance.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, can we have silence, please? Can you consult in low tones?
Clauses 16 to 18.
I propose the question that clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak. Chair Jailak, clause 19.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sige, you want?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that clause 19 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words or beneficiary of appearing immediately after the words be a party to, and further proposed an amendment to clause 19b in subclause 2 by deleting the words or beneficiary of appearing immediately after the words be a party to. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Further amendment to clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, that clause 19 of the bill be amended by inserting the following subclause immediately after clause 2. 2A, despite subsection 2, a public officer may be a party to a contract for the disposal of goods in relation to a computer, a telephone, or any other device capable of storing personal information, and the computer, telephone, or the device was for the exclusive use of the officer.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. No, sorry. I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be deleted. I put the question that clause 20 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clauses 22 and 21 and 22.
I propose the question that clauses 21 and 22 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 21 and 22 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be deleted. I put the question that clause 23 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, that clause 24 of the bill be amended in subsection 2 by deleting paragraph A.
I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clauses 25 and 26.
I propose the question that clauses 25 and 26 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 25 and 26 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be deleted. I put the question that clause 27 be deleted. Division at the end.
Further amendment to clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Chairperson Jailak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that clause 27 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting paragraph A and substituting therefore the following new paragraph. A, act for or on behalf of any person in connection with any specific proceeding, transaction, negotiation, or case in which a reporting authority is a party and with respect to which the former public officer had acted for or provided advice to the reporting authority.
I propose
Thank
the
you.
question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Honorable members, just to notify you that should the first amendment by Senator Ledama be carried, the second amendment will be dropped. You can- Okay. Okay. Senator Chair Jailak.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. In light of the proposed amendment by my colleague Senator Ledama to clause 27, I beg to drop the proposed further amendment and agree with the proposed amendment by Senator Ledama to delete entirely the provisions of clause 27.
The further amendment is so dropped.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama. 28.
28, sorry. Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be deleted. I put the question that clause 28 be deleted. Division at the end. Can the two gentlemen approach the bench?
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Oh, sorry, let's start with the chair. We start with the one for the chair.
Give me the
The
mic.
chair.
Oh, sorry. That, Madam Chair, the bill be amended by deleting clause 29.
Yeah, it's okay.
I did. I can say it again. That the bill be amended by deleting clause 29. Your mic. Hey, Umwami.
He's on phone, please. Okay. We are on clause 29. I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Senator Ledam. Yeah. He'll just withdraw.
Okay.
It is.
Madam Chair, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be deleted. I put the question that clause 29 be deleted. Division at the end.
Further amendment to clause 29.
Chair Jailak? No, sorry. I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the proposed amendments by Senator Ledama to delete entirely the provisions of clause 29, I beg to move that our earlier proposal be withdrawn and adopt the proposed amendment by Senator Ledama.
The further amendment is dropped.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama? Senator Ledama? Okay.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 30 of the bill be amended by deleting the heading to part 4, appearing immediately before the clause. B, in subclause 1, by deleting the words decisions, debate, or vote, appearing immediately after the words from any discussions, and substituting therefore the words or decisions, and C, by deleting subclause 2 and substituting thereof the following new subclause. 2,
I
where
propose-
a public officer recuses himself under subsection 1, the recusal shall be recorded in the minutes of the transactions in questions.
I propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be deleted. I put the question that clause 31 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 31A.
I propose the question that clause 31A be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended.
Order,
by
senators. Can we consult in low tones, please? Proceed.
That the bill be amended by deleting clause 31A.
You finished. I propose the question that clause 31A be deleted. I put the question that clause 31A be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 31B.
I propose the question that clause 31B be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
That the bill be amended by deleting clause 31B.
I propose the question that clause 31B be deleted. I put the question that clause 31B be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be deleted. I put the question that clause 32 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be deleted. I put the question that clause 33 be deleted, division at the end.
You can ask them to come again because it's a proposal to delete clause 34 and an amendment to 34.
Senator Sige and Senator Ledama, just approach the bench a little. Yeah.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be deleted. I put the question that clause 34 be deleted. Division at the end.
Further amendment to clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In line with the proposed amendments by Senator Ledama, I beg to move that the proposal by the committee be dropped and adopt the proposal by Senator Ledama to delete entirely the provisions of clause 34.
The further amendment is dropped.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be deleted. I put the question that clause 35 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be deleted. I put the question that clause 36 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be deleted. I put the question that clause 37 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be deleted. I put the question that clause 38 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 39 of the bill be amended as follows. A, in subclause 1 by deleting the words "or the Commission" appearing immediately after the words "reporting authority." B, in subclause 2 by deleting the words "or the Commission" appearing immediately after the words "reporting authority." C, in subclause 2A by deleting the words "and the Commission" appearing immediately after the words "reporting authority." And D, Madam Chair, in subclause 3 by deleting the words "or the Commission" appearing immediately after the words "reporting authority."
I propose the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama?
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 40 of the bill be amended as follows. In subclause 1, by deleting the expression "section 48, the Commission," or appearing immediately after the words "despite," and substituting thereof the expression "section 39," and B, by deleting subclause 2 and substituting thereof the following new subclause. 2, if the reporting authority declines to commence an investigation, the reporting authority shall inform the person who lodged the complaint and give reasons for the decision.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Oh, sorry. I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak, 41. Clause 41.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that clause 41 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after subclause 2. That should read clause 41, subclause 3. If the commission or a reporting entity fails to conclude the investigations within 90 days, the investigation shall be deemed to have been concluded at the expiry of the 90 days, and the officer shall resume his or her duties.
I propose the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Chair Jailak. Clause 42. Chair Jailak.
Madam Chair, I beg to withdraw the proposed amendment to clause 42.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Further amendment to clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 42 of the bill be amended as follows: by deleting the marginal note and substituting thereof the following new marginal note: decisions of a reporting authority. B, in subclause 1, by deleting the words "the Commission" appearing at the beginning of the introductory clause and substituting thereof the word "a reporting authority." Roman numeral 2, deleting the words "recommend" to a public entity to appearing at the beginning of the paragraph A. And then Roman numeral 3, deleting the words "public entity," "appointing authority," or the appearing immediately after the words "recommend" to a paragraph B, and C, by deleting subclause 2.
I propose the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. 43.
Clause 43.
I propose the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 43 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 44.
I propose the question that clause 44 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 44 of the bill be amended by deleting the introductory clause and substituting thereof the following new clause: 44A, a reporting authority or any other person acting on their behalf shall not, unless required by law, disclose any information that comes to their knowledge in the performance of their duties under this Act, unless disclosure is in the opinion of the reporting authority or
Done.
wait.
You need water.
Unless the disclosure is in the opinion of the reporting authority or that other person. Blah, blah.
Maybe check with legal.
Can we proceed and defer? 44.
New clause. There must be a new bill. Less. No. See, from somewhere else. Oh.
I have it here.
No, your document.
Is there text? What is in the other paper? Oh, it's different.
Is it the same? Unless, because the clause,
Can I check on my?
Let me see the clause.
you see, the clause 44.
Which one is this? A reporting authority only of the person acting.
Unless the disclosure of opinion
Unless
of the
required by
responsible
disclose the information that comes to
Clause 44.
unless the disclosure is in the opinion of the reporting authority or that other person.
No, you have replaced 44. Introductory. No,
It's
just
the introductory part.
Because you see, unless the other person, A, essential for the purpose of carrying out their functions and exercise of the powers conferred to them under this act.
Unless the disclosure in that opinion of the reporting authority or other person. Let me see.
Introductory. The senator is amending this
Only the introductory part. But you see, wait, unless the disclosure in the opinion of that other person.
essential for the should be
The word is. Yeah.
Well, we can do that during the cleanup. Okay. For the villa. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to repeat?
Yeah.
Clause 44. Yes. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 44 of the bill be amended by deleting the introductory clause and substituting thereof the following new clause. Just on the introductory aspect, a reporting authority or any other person acting on their behalf shall not, unless required by law, disclose any information that comes to their knowledge in the performance of their duties under this act, unless the disclosure is in the opinion of the reporting authority or of the other person is, then it continues.
Okay. I propose the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 45.
I propose the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 46.
I propose the question that clause 46 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama. 46, Senator Ledama.
That's what I'm looking at. 1 second. Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 46 and substituting thereof the following new clause. 46. No criminal or civil proceeding shall lie against a reporting entity or any person acting on its behalf for anything done, reported, or said in good faith in the exercise of their power or the performance of any functions under this act.
I propose the question that clause 46 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 46 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 be deleted. I put the question that clause 47 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be deleted. I put the question that clause 49 be deleted. Division at the end.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 50 of the bill be amended by deleting subclause 1.
You're done. I propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 51 and substituting thereof the following new clause.
Sorry.
Sorry. The Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the Public Officers Ethics Act, and the Leadership and Integrity Act are amended in the manner specified in the second schedule.
I propose the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting the first schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be deleted. I put the question that the first schedule be deleted. Division at the end.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting the second schedule.
I propose the question that the second schedule be deleted. I put the question that the second schedule be deleted. Division at the end.
Third schedule.
I propose the question that the third schedule be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting the third schedule and substituting thereof the following new schedule. Third schedule, consequential amendments.
Done.
Did I read them all? I just said.
No.
As listed in
As
the-
proposed, as listed.
As listed in the order paper.
I propose the question that the third schedule be amended as proposed. I put the question that the third schedule be proposed, be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
52.
Okay, proceed.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Senator Ledama.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 2 of the bill is amended in the definition of the word conflict of interest by inserting the word a describable. Can't see this. A designable.
Discernible. Discernible.
Madam Chair, that clause 2 of the bill be amended in the definition of the words conflict of interest by inserting the word as a discernible immediately after the word public officer has, then B, by deleting the following definition of the words commission, C, by deleting the definition of the word complementary treatment, D, by deleting the definition of the word gainful employment, E, by deleting the definition of the word registrable interest, F, by deleting the definition of the word responsible commission, G, by deleting the definition of the word significant official dealings, and H, by deleting the definition of the word explained assets.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Yes, we do the divisions. We can start with the gambling, and then this one. I don't know whether we have the numbers, but Chair, you can direct the division bill to be run for like 5 minutes. But just announce that we are going to the division.
Honorable Senators, we are now going to divisions, and I wish to request the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bell for 5 minutes. The division bell for 5 minutes.
Well, that is the division bell. It is a 5-minute division bell as directed by the chair. This is the committee of the whole considering the gambling control bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023. This afternoon sitting or business being transacted on that bill is resumption of the debate that was interrupted on Tuesday, 14th May. And remember, debate on this bill was already concluded on the floor of the House. The bill being at the committee of the whole is for the consideration of the amendments that had been moved by various members with regards to the bill. And that is what we have just been witnessing, the amendments that members had on the bill. Some of the amendments that were moved earlier on, including the deletion of a number of clauses and the adoption of amendments that were moved by members. The division bell is for the members to be able to get the required quorum for the consideration of the amendments with regards to the bill, whether the amendments that have been moved will be adopted to be part of the bills. It is a bill that is at the committee of the whole stage, and once the amendments have been considered and voted on, then the bill will proceed to the next stage. It's a bill that has a total of 123 clauses. And just to take a look at what this bill entails exactly, is that it seeks to provide for a legislative framework for the regulation of gambling in Kenya and also incorporate safe gambling principles in the gambling sector. The bill seeks to regulate betting, casinos, and other forms of gambling, including the authorization of prize competitions, public lotteries, media promotions, and other issues with regards to the gambling sector. All right, allow me to hand you over back to the voting session.
We begin with the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023. Where is majority? Tabitha? Why don't you guide Tabitha to respond? Okay, so we are on the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuit number 153, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report on its consideration of the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report on the consideration of the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We'll now report progress on the conflict of interest bill, National Assembly number 12 of 2023. Majority? Move on. Yeah. Not so.
I know. My bosom. Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to 80-153, I beg to move that the committee of the whole do report on its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report on its consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills, number 12 of 2023, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, Mr. Speaker.
I did. I said when I'm going, you should be attentive. Up to here, eh? Okay, let's report on the progress of the Committee of the Whole on the Gambling Control Bill, National Bill Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023. Chairperson.
Oops. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Who is seconding the motion?
Senator Nandi Cherargei to second.
Senator Cherargei, you do that? Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the sent report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the sent report. As many as of the similar opinion say aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. Let's go to the next bill, the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. We want to report progress. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Senator Cherargei is still seconding.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. So, honorable senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many of the similar opinions say aye. Aye. As those of the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Senators who are here. Meaning, but those who are here, yes, the statements that the senators who are not here.
We drop them.
No, we defer.
We defer. Honorable Senators, we now go back to the statements. We have several statements.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
But before we get to that order, Senator Chalagay, and a matter that he must dispense of before he sits in this chamber. So can you table the relevant documents that you have concerning the Deputy Governor of Siaya County?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me and your indulgence. Yesterday, I had requested to table to substantiate as per standing order number 105, 105, 1 and 2. Mr. Speaker, there is a petition that was submitted to the office and was received on 7th May 2024, and it backs up my assertions that the Deputy Governor of Siaya, in his hand and seal, CPA Dr. William Mudwal, the substantive Deputy Governor, has stated that, Mr. Speaker, briefly, before I table, has stated that, 1, there has been exclusion from Siaya County Executive Committee meetings. 2, Mr. Speaker, and which I stated yesterday, withdrawal of utility car and county security, and then refusing to provide fuel for my official for the official car.
What is your point of honor? Because the senator is trying to table.
Is substantiating.
Substantiate the allegations.
The matter that the Honorable, my friend Koske is trying to substantiate is already before a committee of the Committee of Devolution. It is being investigated. And Mr. Speaker, is it in order for a senator to raise issues and even substantiate what is already being discussed by another committee of Parliament and use the same documents which are before that committee to pretend to be substantiating before those matters are thoroughly investigated?
Let me guide you, Senator Chalgay. The evidence that you have, the documents that you just table them, it is the prerogative of the Speaker to check the admissibility of those documents. So you don't need to explain anything, just table the...
Mr. Speaker,
the documents that you have.
What? I have not even spoken. What is out of order?
Order, Senator Kavidu.
Mr. Speaker, as I table this document to substantiate my assertions yesterday, understanding...
Just table
I want to tell the House there is no senator called Kosgei. And number 2, why is Senator Oburu uneasy? And still is the PA to Governor Orengo. Why is he uneasy about I table, Mr. Speaker?
What is it again?
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Koske is imputing wrong motive on my request on a...
Are you referring to Senator Chalgay?
Mr. Speaker, is this in order? Is it in order for him to even refer to me as a personal assistant of a governor? And I'm the rightful senator of Siaya elected by an overwhelming majority with more votes than the governor himself.
Yes. So Senator Chalagay, you know when you are referring to your colleague, kindly use the best language possible. Because also not be happy to be told you are the PA to to Governor Sang.
Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect for Senator Oburu, and I know he's the substantive senator of Siaya. My point has been made, but I profusely withdraw and apologize to him and ask him to stick to the mandate of oversight, not protecting Governor Orengo. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's members go to the statements, starting with the statement by 52-1. Is it Aminda? By Senator Aminda Kibwana. Then that statement is defunct. We go to statements under 53-1. Senator Samson Chelgei.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Request for statement on reported confrontations between officers from the Kenya Defence Forces, KDF, and the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defence and Foreign Relations regarding reported recent confrontations between the officers from Kenya Defence Forces, KDF, and the National Police Service. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, 1, outline the circumstances that led to the public confrontations between officers from the KDF and the Kenya Police at the Likoni Ferry Terminal in Mombasa County, which was reported on 27 April 2024, and that happened yesterday evening here in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, explain the circumstances and reasons behind the arrest and subsequent detention of KDF officers by the police at Lodwar Police Station in Turkana County, reported on 16 April 2024, following an altercation between soldiers from KDF and counterparts from National Police Service, which raised unnecessary public alarm and anxiety to the residents of Lodwar Town, Turkana County. So, Speaker, number 3, assess the level of risk these confrontations between KDF and National Police Service pose to public safety, especially when such incidences occur in the presence of armed officers of KDF and National Police Service, are recorded by the public, and state the investigative capacities of Kenya Police Service regarding such sensitive incidences. Mr. Speaker, and finally, state the disciplinary actions, if any, that have been taken against the officers found, or both KDF and National Police Service, found to have behaved unprofessionally, and state measures being taken to enhance the cooperation and collaboration in multi-agency operations, such as those at the port of Mombasa and across the Republic of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
We went 2 statements, Senator Chelgei. There is another one to the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, request for statement on the status of road construction in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on the status of road construction in Nandi County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a report on the expenditure of budgetary allocation for roads in Nandi County for financial year 2022-2023 and 2023-2024, and also explain reasons for the glaring reduction in the budget in 2023-2024 financial year to County of Nandi. Mr. Speaker, and this concerns the tarmac roads. Mr. Speaker, state the total number of roads in Nandi County that have been upgraded to bitumen standards or tarmac from 2019 to date, and the kilometers thus upgraded. Mr. Speaker, number 3, explain why the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA, will commence tarmacking of roads in Nandi Hills, Maraba, Kaptumo, Lesos, Kabiyet, and Kaptel, Mr. Speaker, which had demonstrations the other day. Mr. Speaker, number 4, state when the constructions will begin on the following roads and disclose all the contractors assigned to construct the roads, including maintenance, before they start, indicating the amount allocated for each road and what is causing to delay, Mr. Speaker. 1, Kaiboi Chepterwai Kapkatembu Road, to Kamagut, through, Mr. Speaker, I think they needed it through to Chepsaita, all the way to Kwamagut. Mr. Speaker, and you know the President's aide, Farouk Ibet, comes from this place. Mr. Speaker, we have Chemuswa, Chomisia, Danger Road, which the residents have been demonstrating for the last 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, Timborwa, Maraba, Kobere Road. Mr. Speaker, number D, Mugundoi, Nandi Hills Road. Mr. Speaker, Nandi Hills, Simaki Road. Mr. Speaker, Lesos, Keses, Cheptire through the Mo University, and I know you know Mo University very well. And Mr. Speaker, the reclassification from Cheptire Center to Lone Mo University reclassification. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The other statements by Senator Veronica Maina, Beatrice Ogora, Senator Kalen Nyamu, Senator Christo Asige. All those statements are defined. We go to the next order.
So that then they can continue with their work. They just needed a resolution.
Yeah, so I'm rearranging again the business of the day. We now go to order number 23. Forward to order number 23.
Order number 23, motion. The progress report of the ad hoc committee on the compensation to the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi.
Senator Mohamed Faki, have your seat. I'm aware of that statement, which is similar to the statement with Senator Miraj. So with my honest opinion, I've advised that that matter be looked afresh so that we don't, it's the same statement. So I have given some guidance, Senator Faki. So that determination will be made by the table, don't mind. So let's proceed. That is being worked on, Mr. Senator Mohamed Faki. Proceed, Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At long last, the progress report of the ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senate ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of 1998 bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi was established on 29th June 2023, but held its first meeting on the 18th of July 2023. The committee was able to meet with the victims of the bomb last tragedy, their lawyers, the next of kin of the deceased victims, and the groups representing various. Mr. Speaker, can I be heard in silence, please? Mr. Speaker. Mbona mnapiga kelele sana?
Who are you addressing now, Senator Kavindu?
I've called you, Mr. Speaker, so that I can be heard in silence.
Prosecute your matter.
Yes, but can I be heard in silence, Mr. Speaker, please? The noises around are confusing me.
The consultation is reasonable. Proceed.
Thank you. The committee also attended the victim prayer on the 5th of August 2023 and on the 25th commemorandum of the bomb blasts of the 7th August 2023 at the August 7th at Memorial Park. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee met with the cabinet secretaries of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Labor, and Social Protection, and the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, and the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. The committee was also able to meet with the National Council for Persons with Disability. Mr. Speaker, sir, from the interactions with the above stakeholders, the committee gave the following directions to the ministries. The Ministry of Health conducts medical assessment of the surviving victims of the 1998 U.S. bomb of the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi and submit the report to the, of the assessment to the committee in order to assist the committee build its case on compensation of the said victims. That the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and the National Council of Persons with Disability undertake registration for the survivors with disabilities. 3, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Foreign Affairs push the matter of compensation at the cabinet level. And 4, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration develop regulation to operationalize the compensation of the victims of terrorist fund, which was formed in 2012. Mr. Speaker, sir, though the committee was unable to secure appointment with the U.S. Embassy in Kenya, and the U.S. Congress, Senator Manso and I were able to attend the National Prayer Breakfasts at Washington, D.C., where we were able to meet various senators and congressmen and put forward our case on the compensation of Kenyan victims of 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Kenyan chairman of the committee. Especially where we were able to meet with Senator Chris Coons, the chairperson of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on the African Affairs, and he agreed to the meeting of the two committees to discuss compensation on the Kenyan victims. Honorable Speaker, sir, Senator Coons, as the chairperson of this very important committee of the U.S. Senate, is very instrumental in the proposal of the ad hoc committee in the amending of the Justice for United States Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorists Act 34 U.S.C. 11-20144, which provides for the establishment of the administration of the U.S. Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorist Fund, the U.S. VSST Fund, to provide compensation to certain U.S. persons who were injured in acts of terrorists, the state-sponsored terrorists, including Kenyans, victims of the 1998 U.S. bombing in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, sir, within the remaining time of to the expiry of the mandate of the committee, the following up is following up with the following institutions in order to assist the Kenyan victims in 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi, who have not been compensated to date. One, the Ministry of Health on the provision of subsidized medical care for the survivors injured during the 1998 bombing in the U.S. Embassy of Nairobi. Two, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection on the assessment of the registration of the survivors with a disability in the 1998 bombing with the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. Three, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration on the formulation of regulations to implement the Section 49 of the Provisions of Terrorist Act 2012, which operationalize the compensation of the victims of the terrorist fund. Appropriate recommendations shall be made by the committee on this matter in its final report. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the progress report, the committee recommends that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs secure appointment for the committee to meet with the members of the United States of America State Foreign Relations Subcommittee on African Affairs to discuss the committee's proposals of amending the Justice of United States of Victims of the State-Sponsored Terrorist Act, which provides for the establishment of and administration of the United States Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorist Fund to include Kenya victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi. The Cabinet Secretary is to provide bi-monthly updates on the progress made in securing the appointment. The committee intends to appreciate. The committee extends its appreciation to parties who volunteered submissions and contributions to the resolutions of this matter. I also wish to express my appreciation to my fellow senators for their contribution in this matter. The committee thanks the Office of the Speaker of the Senate and the Clerk of the Senate for the support extended to the committee and the Committee of Liaison in the execution of its mandate. With these many remarks, I wish to move the motion and request that the House adopts the progress report and the ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of 1998 bombing of the United States Embassy in Nairobi, tabled in the Senate on the Thursday, 2nd May 2022. I now ask Senator Manso to second. Thank you.
Senator Ndani Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the House for having given the ad hoc committee an opportunity to resolve issues affecting Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which has been pending before the U.S. courts and the House of Parliament for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. When this committee was set up, Mr. Speaker, it met all the victims, most of the victims. Most victims, Mr. Speaker, are widowed children, the widowed children, orphaned children, widowed, let me say people who have lost their parents in this process, and people have lost their husband or wives in this process. Mr. Speaker, this is something Kenyans know and remember very well, those who are big enough by 1998, 25 years ago. First, Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenges of these people were some going through medical treatment. Some were flown to the US for medical treatment, Mr. Speaker. And they formed groups and have leaderships so that they could use that to do their claims. Notable was the driver of the Honorable Kamodo, who was at duty and had left his family early in the morning, left little children like 3 years old, 2 years old. When this bombing happened, he died there. And up to today, his children are waiting for justice, and we hope them, together with many others, will get justice through this House and through the Senate in America and the Congress. Mr. Speaker, what is needed in this particular matter is for an amendment to be made in the US law to include Kenya as one of the states which can be compensated. That, without it, compensated from a fund, a victims fund, which is set up by the Ministry of Justice, and which is monies collected from defeated Al-Qaeda networks, including the frozen accounts in America. So the money for compensation is available, Mr. Speaker. The Kenyans who went for treatment in the US and Kenyans here went to court in the US, Mr. Speaker. There was a very big challenge as to whether a Kenyan national could sue Al-Qaeda on the US soil. Mr. Speaker, that took 10 years and was rejected at the equivalent of High Court. It then went to the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, coincidentally, the then ambassador to Kenya, Bushnell, had written a book which had detailed some of the activities. And this provided evidence sufficient enough to allow the Supreme Court of the US to allow Kenyans to sue Al-Qaeda on Kenyan soil. And for that matter, over 3,000 suits have gone through. They are awaiting this amendment so that they could be compensated. That particular law has a form for the other Kenyans who can be verified that they were in this unfortunate incident, either dead or injured. And Mr. Speaker, a lot of these people live today going through medication for the last 25 years, going through hospital operations on their own accord, Mr. Speaker, going through removal of glasses from their body, which is done slowly, because some of it, Mr. Speaker, is stuck in the brains. And most of them live uncertain lives. And we met all of them in this Senate, Mr. Speaker, and promised to help them. Mr. Speaker, what is very important now is this amendment to be caused in the US. The minister, the chief cabinet secretary, and the minister in charge of foreign affairs has been in touch with this committee and has made his contribution in this committee, has been briefed, Mr. Speaker, and he has sought a document from this House, which is what we are debating today. At least and a report which while they visit the US with the president, they can go with and they can make a presentation to the government of America, so that the government of America could also be of help in lobby for us through the Senate and the Congress, of which, Mr. Speaker, when we got an opportunity, we really lobbied with a lot of them, and they are waiting for this amendment so that they can assist Kenyans. They understood our problem very well. There had been misinformation that all Kenyans were compensated. It has now come from this House and from the courts in America that all Kenyans were not compensated. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of a compensation of about 3 trillion Kenyan shillings. And this compensation If this amendment is caused upon the president's visit in the US or in the nearest future, Mr. Speaker, then Kenyans will be compensated. This is not from America's taxpayers' money. This is from the money belonging to the people who injured our people. And it is sufficient and it is fair enough that they only compensate the victims so that they may have a relief in their lives and they may have a better livelihood, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleading with this House, Mr. Speaker, that we debate and give a report urgently. And I believe some of the members of this House who are traveling with the President will have acquired enough information to be of assistance to the President while doing this trip to the US. And I hope all these Kenyans, 6,000 in number, who have suffered for very many years, Mr. Speaker, will finally find rest, will finally find happiness, will finally find that they have been assisted by this Senate, will finally find that they have been assisted by the government of Kenya and the government of America. And we also want to thank the American government and their soldiers for having worked very hard to destroy Al-Qaeda networks in the world and to save many more Kenyans all over the world from being destroyed through terrorism. But that doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, we don't keep watch. Many other groups could arise. This is something which is most unfortunate, but happens to any country in the world and happened to Kenyans. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question that the Senate endorse the progress report of the Ad hoc Committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 2nd May 2024. I can see a few senators of interest. We start with Senator Chalgai Samson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I think when this bomb blast happened, Mr. Speaker, I was still very young. I had not even joined high school. Mr. Speaker, while we continue to condone and empathize with many families who lost their loved ones through this horrendous and tragic terror attack that happened between Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, where over 274 people were lost and more than 4,500 were injured, Mr. Speaker. The remaining who did not die, Mr. Speaker, continue in many years to undergo horror, pain, because of medication, because of trauma. So, Speaker, I want to thank the committee led by Senator Agnes Kavindu and the Select Committee for doing justice, fairness, Mr. Speaker. As I speak, I have one family in Kablelmet in Nandi Hills constituency where they lost their loved one who used to work in the next building where the bomb blast happened. So I want to say this report was thorough. Mr. Speaker, I have known the reason why the committee always requested the extension of time. I thank your office for ensuring that the committee and commitment of all members, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senate has rised up again as the lead voice for seeking justice, truth, and fairness through this committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of terrorism continues to hurt the world. Many lives are lost. But I'm happy, even in this country, after that incident, there are many measures that the government continue to do to fight the issue of terrorism by establishing even anti-terrorism unit in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, number 2, on recommendations, I agree entirely. It is not hard. Mr. Speaker, we have passed the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and we already have victims' compensation fund that should be operated, Mr. Speaker, to ensure these victims may be compensated. Mr. Speaker, that's the least we can do. They have lost their loved ones, they lost their spouses, they lost their children, Mr. Speaker. And the mother in Kablelmet in Nandi Hills continues to cry daily because of the loss of his son, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of compensation, I think, and I want to agree, even as the President visits the United States of America for bilateral engagements, I want to challenge the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, to ensure in his diary, as the President engages other stakeholders, including President Joe Biden of United States of America, and Madam Ambassador Megan Whiteman has been very supportive, Mr. Speaker, to include in the diary as part of the engagement. And I want to request, Mr. Speaker, through your office, the clerk to provide a certified copy to the Office of Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, to ensure as the President engage and the information, and I want to thank committee, the United States of America government does not have a problem in compensation of Kenyans who lost their loved ones and injured. It is part of engaging in bilateral, Mr. Speaker. And the issue of compensation of victims of terror is not new. You remember United States were paid more than $335 million by Sudan government the other day over the terror attacks of 2000 and also the killing of a United States of America citizen in 2008. Mr. Speaker, you remember the famous air crash. I know by that time you are alive, where there was a terror attack on Lockerbie, Scotland, Panam airplane that was brought down by attack. That was Panam Flight 103, Mr. Speaker. That time, the Libyan government, Mr. Speaker.
Which year was that?
Was in the late 1980s, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I can see. You have been around for some time, Mr. Speaker. And I can see my brother, my friend, Senator Oburu Odinga is nodding because he must be aware, Mr. Speaker. And this flight, Mr. Speaker, the attack was carried in Lockerbie, Scotland. And many U.S. citizens lost their life. The Libyan government paid over $1.5 billion to the United States to compensate their citizens. So what we are just requesting is that let these victims plus their families be compensated. When the Ethiopian airline, the famous through Boeing, that the 7878 MAX crashed, Mr. Speaker, their families have been compensated. So it is a tradition that this compensation must be done, Mr. Speaker. It is that the least we can do, considering. And I want to thank the committee for bringing that issue, Mr. Speaker. On the second issue of recommendation medical cover to be subsidized, I think that's a small matter for Ministry of Health. I know there is a verified, certified victims compensation, and I'm happy on this one, Mr. Speaker. And like, you know, when you used to have IDP lists, there are so many fake lists, but I'm happy on this one. This one has been verified, as attained, Mr. Speaker, and therefore to provide subsidized medical cover, I think it is a straight matter further that we must give them, Mr. Speaker. And not only for care, Mr. Speaker, it is also to give them guidance and counseling, Mr. Speaker. Because of the trauma, they need counseling services, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine the horror they went through because of the bomb blast, Mr. Speaker. I agree that many Kenyans who are injured became disabled, Mr. Speaker. And disability is sometimes not because you are born with it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last session, I was a temporary PWD in this house. And I want to thank the Senate. They gave me all the support. So it's not something that it is, we want to request the Ministry of Labor to register all PWDs and be given the necessary support after registration, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is very important on medical cover. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee. Let us compensate. Because of the interest of for this compensation, I want to thank Senator Kavindu and the Select Committee for doing a good job, Mr. Speaker. And I request your office, we need to add more. I know I had an issue, Mr. Speaker, that I requested to come to your committee. We need to add more resources, Mr. Speaker. We need to add more resources to creation of select committees. Because you can see the work of select committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need, you know, the resources should be sufficient enough. We don't need, like joint services in Parliament, as more resources than Senate. And yet, when there was a blackout, we could not even have fuel for generator in this session, Mr. Speaker. But the Joint Services Committee has more resources than the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even when Senate, and Mr. Speaker, I want to say this in conclusion. This House must be respected. Whenever we are in session, it looks like there is a go-slow from the support services, not from the staff of the Senate, but even other services, Mr. Speaker. When you go there, there is no food, Mr. Speaker. The members, I can tell you, half of your members did not eat food today because we were told there were so many visitors, so senators had to forgo their food. The other day we had blackout. We were told joint services had disappeared with the key for generator and fuel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the issue when you go to washrooms, there are no tissue papers, Mr. Speaker. But when National Assembly is on session, all these things are available, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge that we must be respected as a Senate. And Mr. Speaker, this report has put the Senate on the moral pedestal of respect in this republic. We are proud, despite the challenges, despite the sabotage and challenges we face as a House, Mr. Speaker, including insufficient funds to committees and even non-provision of the support, Mr. Speaker, we continue to soar higher and higher and higher, Mr. Speaker. But I want to challenge, I know Senator Kavindu, she's a bishop. You know, Mr. Speaker, when Bob Marley was interviewed, although he died at the age of 36, somewhere in Jamaica, he was asked, Mr. Speaker, and people who are Rastafarians like some of us, Mr. Speaker, would say more fire. Mr. Speaker, he was asked, have you sold so much to acquire riches in terms of concerts and music that you sing? And he asked question, what do you mean by wealth and riches? They tell them in terms of possession. He says, the riches that is there, Mr. Speaker, is to have life forever and to have one love in this world. Our prayer is in the song of Bob Marley that we should have one love. Whether you are Chinese, African, American, if we have one love, we shall be able to eradicate the disaster, the challenge of terrorism in this world. We have one love to all humanity, Mr. Speaker. And in the words of Bob Marley, that should always encourage us, Mr. Speaker. I would have sung, but today, Mr. Speaker, I did not eat very well. But in future, I will sing, Mr. Speaker. They would say more fire to that. Mr. Speaker, I support and congratulate the committee.
Thank you. Senator Oburu Oginga.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would start by thanking Senator Kavindu and the select committee which went through this matter. This matter is a matter which is affecting so many Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in 1998, when Senator Koskei was in secondary school or in primary, I don't know where, but that time, Mr. Speaker, I was already serving my second term in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall that day I was traveling home in the morning, and I left very early in the morning, and when I arrived in Muhoroni at around 10, 11, I was asked where I had come from. I said I had come from Nairobi, and they asked me whether I was aware what had happened in Nairobi. I said I had no idea. I was told that there is a serious issue. There is a bomb blast which has happened in Nairobi, and many people have died, and that the American embassy was blown, and the cooperative, we used to call it bell bottom, building had shaken, and there were many buildings around which also had problems, including the headquarters of railways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since then, it is a long, long time, and many things have happened. There's a lot of water under the bridge, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you for sure that the Americans who are in the American embassy, all of them here have been compensated. Some Kenyans who are also in that embassy have been compensated. Mr. Speaker, the only people who have not been compensated are the innocent Kenyans who are not within the embassy, those who are working, who are in their offices doing work, and those who were actually just in traveling, who are in public transport nearby that time. Mr. Speaker, some of them died, some of them were maimed, the kind of damage which has been done, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot of medical expenses which is needed for those people, the care mentally, even counseling for some of the people who are involved, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, you really wonder why Kenya, which has no reason, terrorists really have no reason to bomb Kenya. Because Kenya does not involve itself in very high international politics, where you have reason, where terrorists have reason of injustices happening elsewhere in the world, Mr. Speaker, to follow America, to follow them where they are, because they know, Americans know why these terrorists are following them for some injustices elsewhere, not in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And then Kenyans become the pawn. They become victims of those injustices, Mr. Speaker. And then now when it comes to compensation, Kenyans have to cry, Kenyans have to follow, Kenyans have to pass resolutions in the Senate, Kenyans have to form some select committees to cry and plead and plead and plead so that they can be compensated, Mr. Speaker. They can be compensated from a fund which is there. That money is there, Mr. Speaker. And I understand this committee could not even secure appointments, to meet people who are in charge of American affairs around here within our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this is serious, and we have to call spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, we should not be mincing words. We should actually be, and I thank Honorable Kabindu. Honorable Kabindu, you have a feeling for our people. Some of them, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in that incident, a constituent of mine, I was the member of parliament for Bondo, a constituent of mine who was working in an American embassy, lost her head, and we buried her without her head. We just could only recognize the body, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this happened to many, many Kenyans like that. People were maimed, completely maimed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking this with a lot of emotion because I feel so disappointed that a powerful country with so much money, with so much resources, just a paltry compensation for Kenyans who became victims is becoming such a big issue that we have to sit here and debate and plead, Mr. Speaker. Please, America, why don't you compensate our people? And let us call this thing a thing of the past. Let us bury it so that it does not give us those bad memories when we become victims of things which we have, of offenses which we have not committed against anybody. Mr. Speaker, we are clean. We don't commit offenses against other countries. They are only if there is any, it is very, very little interaction that we have internationally where people will have reason to come and bomb us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would not like to go deeply into all these issues, Mr. Speaker, but only I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by pleading once again, to the authorities, to the United States of America, to rethink this issue and find ways and means of calling this thing a thing of the past. Let us bury this matter and call it a thing of the past, and let us go in other chapters, and let us continue our good relationship. This government has very good relationship with the United States of America. Those relationships should continue without small hitches like this one, which is something which America is capable of putting behind their back without too much ado. Mr. Speaker, I hope that all of us will support this report, and with those very many or very few remarks, I beg to support the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to thank Senator Kapindo for chairing this committee. And she passionately followed this matter up. And sometimes she even feels like she wants to cry. I'm in that committee also. And when the victims came before us, when they narrated to us what they went through, I think all members who were there cried because it was not something that you can stomach. Honorable Speaker, August 7th, 1998, I was in Addis Ababa on a business trip. I left my hotel room at around very early morning, around 7 o'clock. When I came back to the hotel at 1 o'clock, I switched on the television. The first thing I saw is bombing in Nairobi. And so many people died. Honorable Speaker, 212 Kenyans died that same day. And 4,000 others were injured, maimed, and suffered suffering that cannot be even narrated by ordinary people, unless you've gone through what they went through. Honorable Speaker, our Article 26 of our Constitution is very clear. Every person has a right to life. Whether you are an American, a Kenyan, whoever you are in this country, you have the right to life. Honorable Speaker, the issue of American bombing, what they normally say in America, when other people die, they say it's a collateral damage. Lives are being called collateral damage. Honorable Speaker, the issue that happened that day, it is not something Americans didn't know. They had enough intelligence, knowing very well that there would be something that is going to happen soon, and to the embassy. They didn't want to care because, yes, they've lost about 56 contractors and American employees, American government employees. Honorable Speaker, this issue of calling people, human beings, collateral damage must stop. And why are we asking for compensation? The reason is very simple, Honorable Speaker. American embassy is like American country by itself. When they attacked the embassy, they attacked Americans. And they didn't care how many other Kenyans would die. And, Honorable Speaker, there is a program from Sudan that money that was set aside to compensate victims of the bombing blast in both Tanzania and Kenya. Honorable Speaker, some people were compensated, but Kenyans were not compensated. Honorable Speaker, when we sat in that committee, we came to know that those who have died, we are sorry about it, but those who didn't die, they got injuries that are completely unrepairable. These people suffered, humiliated, and they lost their jobs. They lost their earnings. Some lost their mother, some lost fathers, and even some very young children could not manage to survive because they lost parents. Honorable Speaker, our people, the Kenyans, suffered both physical and emotional damage. That is completely, Honorable Speaker, if you are in that committee, you'll be shocked. We cried We had CS Nakumincha before us. We had CS Mutua and also Mudavadi. In fact, we visited his office. And when CS Nakumincha was there, those people narrated the story, what they went through, and the suffering they went through. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, some people came in crutches, even up to today. They are walking not compensated for all those years. Honorable Speaker, I know our president is going to travel to Sudan next week, and I will urge him, on behalf of this House, to tell the Americans that we are not collateral damage. We are human beings like the Americans who are working for that government. And the contractors who are working for the government, they were compensated in terms of billions of shillings, Honorable Speaker. If we are going to host Americans here, and then we suffer because we host them, who will take responsibility? It is the government of the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, when you see what is happening today in Gaza, any equipment, even the bombing that happened in Nairobi, maybe even that bombs is manufactured from America. Look at what is happening in Gaza today. One missile is costing millions of shillings. If they set aside even 10 missiles, can compensate the Kenya completely. Everybody will be paid. Who was working for a bank lost her job because she was disabled. 10 minutes before or seconds before, she was an able person working for a bank. And up to today, she has no earnings and she has suffered heavily. Honorable Speaker, I want to, if possible, if the president goes there, he needs to tell the Americans that that was not our war. That is American war, Honorable Speaker. And we are suffering because of this war. Honorable Speaker, even up to today, we are still losing people to Al-Shabaab. Why are we losing people to Al-Shabaab? We have no quarrel with anybody in Somalia. We have no quarrel with any Muslim organization. The problem is there is an issue between the Americans and the Muslim community. The issue is between a certain Muslim community, not everybody. But who is suffering? We've lost soldiers, even in Marsabit, who are in Somalia. We are losing people, even bombing, even up to 2022. Honorable Speaker, why are we having these issues? We have neighbors, Ethiopia, Somalia, Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania. We have no problems with them. We are not fighting with them. Why are we having this issue? The issue we are having is because of the double standard of this American government. Honorable Speaker. And if they stop using their double standard, you will see them funding countries to fight each other. They brought a problem between Iraq and Iran. The same equipment, missiles, they gave to Iran.
Senator Chuta, if I understood the move of this motion is like the U.S. is very tended to compensate. But your line of argument is that they are pending. So I want you not to lose the focus with the mover because she is already negotiating with the Americans so that they don't get your statements like they are the ones impending the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are not begging them. We are demanding from them to pay our people. No, we are not requesting, Honorable Speaker. It is a demand that our people lost their lives, maimed and tortured, both mentally and physically. It's because of their issues. They had intelligence. They didn't care. Honorable Speaker, the same thing is happening in Gaza today. Thousands and thousands of children and women are dying. The same people, the ammunition the Israeli is using is the American one. So that's why I'm saying, let us not ask as if we are begging them. We are demanding what is rightfully ours. Our people must be compensated, not even at a lower percentage, to the maximum. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me end up by saying our president is going to travel. He can use any means possible. Furthermore, we've been having these issues for many years. Some people have even died. Some are still alive. The compensation that will be given will be those who died also and those who are maimed and also having issues today in Kenya. So I'm asking the president to put up our case and see how we can get these people compensated as quickly as possible. In conclusion, I beg to support this motion, this report, and I want also to thank once again Senator Kavindu for very good job she has done. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Senator Mugatana, Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my comments on the progress report from the committee that is very ably led by the Honorable Kavindu. And Mr. Speaker, first I want to really appreciate the work that Senator Chair has done so far. And I will be very brief, Mr. Speaker. This is a progress report. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that the Chair and the Honorable Senator Manzo were able to meet with Senator Coons of the US and made some progress towards the settlement of the victims. They have also explained to us the challenge, which is that the US needs to amend its law so that Kenya can be included amongst the countries that can be compensated using those frozen assets of the of terrorists that have been frozen in the US. So, Mr. Speaker, to that end, I want to congratulate the chair of this ad hoc committee. I also want to thank the Honorable Senator Manzo for the effort that they have put so far in doing the work that needed to be done. But, Mr. Speaker, I have issues. I have issues with two ministries. There's the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. According to what this report tells us, the committee in page 6 of this report gave directions to the Ministry of Health to conduct medical assessments of the victims of the 1998 US bombing of the US Embassy in Nairobi and submit the report of assessment to the committee in order to assist the committee build its case on compensation of the said victim. So, Mr. Speaker, the first disappointment I have, has the Ministry of Health carried out this assessment? Because it appears to me, Mr. Speaker, that despite the directions that were given to the Ministry of Health, so far the Ministry of Health has not been able to submit the medical assessments to this committee to enable them build up a case for these victims. Mr. Speaker, it will be very embarrassing for the President to engage the US government when he goes on this trip to DC, and then they are asked what has the Ministry of Health of Kenya done? This document is available to them. If they just need to Google it, and they will find that there was a recommendation to the Ministry of Health that they carry out assessment on all the victims of the bombing. Mr. Speaker, here we are, and all of us agree the President should put some pressure when he goes on his trip. But here we are asking the President to talk about this, and yet his Minister for Health has not given us the assessment for these victims. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my disappointment on that bit, because we need to do our bit, even as we are looking forward to this compensation through the efforts of the Senator Kavindu and her team. But we need to tell the Minister for Health, CS Nakumicha, the PS for Health, that they should actually provide the assessment, so that when we are dealing with this matter at those levels, we are dealing with facts. And these people are also supposed to provide some treatment to the surviving victims, so that when we are saying, let us have the compensation, we'll be saying, look, on the Ministry of Health, this is the assessment we have done. As a Ministry of Health, we have assisted these people. We've given them support in medical care. We've done this and that. But then now we are requesting the US to give us compensation. So my first disappointment is that the Ministry of Health has not lived up to these directions. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the other direction that was given, is that the committee gave the following direction. Roman 2, that the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and the National Council for Persons with Disability undertake registration for survivors with disabilities. Again, Mr. Speaker, there is no report that has been attached to this report that suggests this progress report has not attached. So from where we sit in the Senate, it is clear that the Ministry for Labor, again, has not done the registration of those victims. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Ministry of Labor has not registered and issued the people affected with those certificates for disabilities, again, we will be seen to be going behind. We are making huge requests, but what have we done ourselves as a nation? So, Ministry of Health hasn't done its part. Ministry of Labor and Social Services has also not done its part. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Foreign Affairs is supposed to push the matter of compensation at Cabinet level. Again, Mr. Speaker, there's no evidence that has been attached here to suggest that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has actually been putting the necessary pressure at Cabinet level. Mr. Speaker, what Musalia Mudavadi, Honorable, should have done is to at least develop a white paper for consideration at Cabinet level. Mr. Speaker, if our people are being denied what is rightfully theirs, and it is only the Senate that is pushing, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not really pushing this matter, even at Cabinet level, Mr. Speaker, I wish to register my disappointment in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, the last directions that were given by the committee, which was Roman 4, was that the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration develops regulations to operationalize the compensation of the victims of terrorism fund. Again, Mr. Speaker, just regulations, because the Compensation for Victims of Terrorism Act was passed after this bomb blast. But then the regulations need to be put in place so that in the event that anything happens in future, and we hope it doesn't, then the regulations are there so that the people who are victims can actually benefit from this act which was passed. But Mr. Speaker, again, just to develop regulations, again, Professor Kindiki has not done so, Mr. Speaker, and yet the Senate has said that these are the directions they are giving so that we can put the agenda for the victims of the US 1998 bomb blast on the table. So, Mr. Speaker, my contribution is that as we even seek the help of the US so that our victims of 1998 bombings can get compensated, it is actually shameful that our own ministries have not done what they are supposed to do. It is also shameful that even after directions from the Senate that were given, after the Senate met the stakeholders who are the victims of the bombing, and nothing has happened. And yet, here we are asking the president to go and push the agenda. And yet, the ministers have not done their bit in their various capacities. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that our comments will be taken into consideration. Our comments in approving this report, Mr. Speaker, will include the fact that we are urging the ministry in charge of health to do the necessary as directed by the committee. We are urging the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and also the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to also do what they were directed by the Senate ad hoc committee. We are also asking the minister in charge, the CS in charge of Foreign Affairs, to also push as directed. We are also asking the CS in charge of Interior to also do his bit. Mr. Speaker, it is not very good diplomatically, and I have had the opportunity to serve as an assistant minister in foreign affairs in previous government administration. If you are going to ask for help, let's say your country has had a disaster of any form, if you're going to ask for help, you must tell your potential helpers that you see this has overwhelmed us because we have done this, we have done this, we have done this, but we need your support in this manner. Just like when we have disasters. So when we have a disaster, 1998 bomb blast, the Ministry of Health should say, we have done this. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have done this. The Ministry of Interior, we have done this. And the Ministry of Social Protection, we have done this. Mr. Speaker, but we are overwhelmed on the question of compensation. So although we have done this a bit as a country, we are still asking for more so that we can settle the compensation claims. Mr. Speaker, if this is the way we approach this matter, even those people will be sympathetic with us. But Mr. Speaker, the risk of being ignored is very high if we go and we show that actually we have done nothing as a nation. We need to ask these various ministries to do what they are supposed to do so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't embarrass ourselves even as we ask for the US to do its part. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mimi naunga mkono kamati ya Senator Kafindu ya Andio Committee, na pia mimi ni mmoja wa hiyo committee, tulikuwa 9, na mambo ya ajabu sisi committee tumetembea, tumeona waziri wa Repa, waziri wa Health, na pia hata Musalia Mudavadi, hata wa security, pia tumetembea mpaka Masinani, tukaenda Machakos na kona zingine. Na pia Bwana Speaker, ni kitu ya kuhuzunisha sana kwa sababu ni miaka 25 kutoka hiyo kitendo ifanyike, na tunajua kama ni ajali na kama ni mambo imefanyika, Bwana Spika, huwa imalisi miaka 3 ama miaka 4 kama mtu anjalipwa. Hii ni kitu ambayo ilifanyika kwa serikali ya Kenya, ambayo ilifanywa na watu kutoka nje, na ndio tumekuwa tukiongea tukisema serikali ya Kenya kwanza ambaye saa hii inafanya kazi na pia inajali mwananchi. Tumekuwa tukiomba iungane na Amerika ndio hiyo kilio ya hao watu iweze kusikika. Madam Speaker, najua tumeona watu wengi ambao walizaliwa wakiwa ni walizaliwa vizuri, walikuwa na mikono, walikuwa na macho, na pia walilelewa vizuri na wakafunzwa vizuri na familia zao. Mambo ya ajabu wakati tulikutana na wale watu, wengine hawakuwa na miguu, wengine hawakuwa na macho, wengine unakuta mtu alikuwa anafanya kazi ni mtu mwenye elimu ya juu, lakini baadaye unakuta saa hii ni maskini ya mwaka. Kwa hivyo Madam Speaker, ningeomba vile kamati ya Antioch Committee inaweza kusaidika, kwa sababu ni kitu ya kuhuzunika sana wakati tulisaidiwa tukatengenezwa kamati ya watu 9, hata tulikuwa na mipango ya kwenda Amerika. Mambo ya ajabu, kamati ikakosa pesa, watu 2 ndio waweza kuhudhuria, au wengine hawakuweza. Ikawa kamati ni kama hakuna kitu inafanya. Kwa hiyo ningeomba, ndio umesikia tukisema hata wale watu husikika mambo ya pesa, kamati nyingi iwe ikiongezewa pesa ndio iweze kufanya kazi ile inafaa. Na nimestuka sana, unaangalia wale watu wenye pesa, parliament ndio juzi njana tulingangana tukisema, wakati tunasema county ipatiwe pesa bilioni 415, unakuta watu wengine wanapiga kama ni MP. Kwa hiyo ningeomba kamati zote siongezewe pesa ndio iweze kufanya ile kazi inafaa. Kwa sababu tunajua kamati ya Senate hatutaki mambo mingi, tunataka kusaidia mwananchi kutoka vijijini kwa county na mpaka Kenya mzima. Kwa hiyo Bwana Speaker, mimi naunga mkono, lakini hata kama naunga mkono, kamati zile zingine kama sinateseka kama kamati ya Antioch Committee ni kitu ya aibu sana, kwa sababu hakuna pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Ningeomba pia tuongezewe pesa, na pia hata miezi kadhaa tumekuwa tukifanya bila pesa, tumejitolea. Ningeomba kuangaliwe ndio tuongezewe pesa, na kama ni pesa kamati hiyo watu 9 tuweze kuenda kule Amerika, tuweze kuona kilio ya hao watu. Na tukiendea hivyo pia department zote zile tuliwaita pia ya health, ya labor, hata ya security, hao watu wanaweza kuangaliwa, vile wanaweza kuwa wakiangaliwa wakipatiwe kitu kidogo. Kwa hiyo Madam Speaker, naunga mkono. Asante Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mudigi. I can hear your very passionate plea for more additional budget for the committees. Senator Agnes Kavindu, you can now come in and reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank Senator Maanzo, Senator Cheregai, Senator Oburu, and Senator Chute, Senator Mungatana, and Senator Mundiki, who has been able to give their contributions on this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to say the reason why I am very passionate about this motion and about this compensation of the victims of 1998 bomb blast is because, Madam Speaker, when you meet them, some of them are totally blind. And these people were born seeing just like us. And today they cannot see, so they cannot do a lot of things for themselves. They are not even able to work because of the bomb blasts. Others are paralyzed, they are on wheelchairs. They cannot even shower themselves. They need help, and yet they have no money and they have nobody to take care of them. Madam Speaker, there is one particular lady who the husband died on the bomb blast and herself was also involved in the bomb blast. She is totally blind and she was pregnant. She has given birth to a daughter who she doesn't even know how the daughter looks. And as if that was not enough, she was also chased away from her matrimonial home. She lives begging to get accommodation. Madam Speaker, this thing really hurts me when I think of how these people live today. Most of them were working. Today, they cannot work. Some of them, majority of them were sacked because they could not deliver to the places where they were employed. Some of them were working at Cooperative Bank. Others were teachers. And today they are jobless, begging for food, begging even for medication. And what hurts me even more is that we met with the Minister for Health, and we requested her to even provide medication for these people. Yesterday, I received a message from one Pamela Ouma requesting me to buy her medication because she's totally paralyzed and she has no medication. Madam Speaker, even as we seek the amendment of the law from the Senate in America and the Congress so that they can include Kenyan victims in the victim of the state-sponsored terrorist fund, which is there, which is not even a taxpayers of America, but the money that they collect from terrorists and put in that particular fund. Madam Speaker, I want to enlighten this House that the lawyers in America, and we met them with you, Madam Speaker, when we went for the prayers, and Mussolini has already sued for this, some of these victims, about 351 of them. And he has been, they've been awarded compensation of $56.6 billion US dollars. And this money, he could not compensate these people because Kenya is not included in the terrorist sponsored fund. And that is why we are seeking for the Americans to amend the law to include Kenyans. Given that Kenya, Al-Qaeda was not fighting Kenya, but Al-Qaeda was fighting America. We took their bullets, and they should be the big brothers that we look upon because America is known for defending human rights. These are humans who needs to be compensated. That is their right. And America should just take up their role and do the right thing. The American Senate and the Congress should amend the law and include Kenyans. And I'm asking our president, as he moves to America, and the Foreign Affairs Minister, Musalia Mudavadi, to go and talk to them. And I was actually requesting if he can take 2 or 3 of us with them on board so that we can go and lay our petitions before the committee, and the committee is ready. You can hear, Madam Speaker, and you are aware of it, this. When we went to America, we met with Senator Chris Coons, and he's ready to sit down with the committee. But the Foreign Affairs Minister has not been able to get us the appointment to be able to meet with them. And we know that this has to be done diplomatically and through the Foreign Affairs. If it was in my position, I would do anything to make sure that this is done. But it is not in my place, it is not in my position. So I'm asking the President and the Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Minister to be able to do what is needful. This is our people. They suffer, they sleep hungry, they go without medication, and they suffer. And even what can be done locally here, I am requesting that it should be done. Because we also have the fund that was formed here in 2012, which is under the Ministry of Interior. And I would ask CS Kindiki to operationalize this fund so that he can also see what he can do for these victims, even as we wait for the Americans to compensate our people. I want to ask Madam Speaker that even as the Senate, we call these concerned ministers here and ask them questions why they've not been able they've not been concerned about these victims, and yet They are our people, and we are asking for Americans to do what is needful. It is our right, it is their right, but also here in Kenya, locally, we must do what is needful for these people so that they can also feel like any other Kenyan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm looking forward for the Foreign Affairs Minister and our President to do what is needful for our people. When I went to America before I made this motion, I met with the lawyers and one of the victims, Caroline Mudoka. And they told me whenever they try to advance and reach out to the Senate and the Congress, they are asked, the lawyers are asked, why are you fighting for them and the Kenyan government is quiet on this? Madam Speaker, I got so mad that I told them once I'm back in Kenya, I'll do a motion and they'll hear the voice of Kenya speaking and demanding for what is rightfully ours. Al-Qaeda, I repeat, was not fighting Kenya. Al-Qaeda was fighting America. And America should take their responsibility and compensate Kenyans who are not compensated. Because they only compensated the Kenyans who are working for the American embassy inside. But those who are in the adjacent buildings and those who are passing by, those who are in buses and cars outside were not compensated. We are talking of 6,000 people and 200 of them, 213 are dead already. And those people are not compensated. So we are asking that America kindly be the big brother that we look upon and amend the law so that you can compensate our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Your plea has been very passionate ever since you started moving this motion, and I hope it sees the light of day someday so that the bomb blast victims can be compensated. I know our colleagues on the other side of the oceans, the Senate in the US, will hear this motion even as it gets into the handset. Pursuant to Standing Order 84-1, I hereby make a determination that this matter does not affect counties. And honorable senators, I put the question that the Senate adopts the progress report of the ad hoc committee on the compensation of Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America embassy in Nairobi, laid on the table of Senate on Thursday, 2nd May 2024. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next order. I will now direct that the order paper be reorganized and you call out order number 19.
Order number 19, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of 2023, second reading.
Leader of Majority, Senator Aaron Cheriot, can take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be now read a second time. This is a very important piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. Brief as it is, it carries with it very important powers of Parliament, which have been assumed by other bodies, Madam Speaker. And on many occasions I've seen either ministers or even sometimes, Mr. Speaker, state agencies continue to carry on legislations that have the full force of law without consideration either of Parliament or sometimes when they have lapsed, Madam Speaker, without any reference back to the House of Parliament for consideration of the same. This bill seeks to cure that particular anomaly, Madam Speaker. That's why I like the fact that this bill is being moved here in Parliament so that colleagues can have time to debate and share one or two things they think about this particular process. Because I've seen on many occasions, Madam Speaker, sometimes newspaper items that erroneously report on the process of consideration of regulations that they have already been approved or not approved, that Parliament has ceded its power by passing a particular bill. Madam Speaker, this is the mother law on all regulations that are supposed to be considered by the Houses of Parliament. And therefore, it is not possible by other subsidiary legislation to take these powers away. Anything that will have the force of law outside there by way of regulation, Madam Speaker, will have to follow the route that will now be dictated by this particular bill. And therefore, the principal object of this amendment bill, Madam Speaker, is to amend actually the provisions of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, which is to allow the Committee on Delegated Legislation to require the regulation-making authority to submit to Parliament a copy of any regulation that ceases to have an effect by operation of law. That is, when the time lapses, Madam Speaker, it must come back to the House for both houses to consider. And that is what is being referenced in this particular bill. The amendment, Madam Speaker, further obligates Parliament to notify the general public in 2 newspapers of wide circulation that a statutory instrument which ceases to have the effect by operation of law is a nullity. You know, you must actually notify the public that this regulation has ceased to operate because of the reasons that have been stated. Fourthly, Madam Speaker, you know, like I mentioned, there have been cases where authorities fail to submit regulations to Parliament, and such regulations continue to be enforced until sometimes Parliament actually either annuls them or recalls those particular regulations. This bill will ensure that the regulation-making authority to submit statutory instruments to Parliament, and the bill will ensure that nobody exploits the mischief of trying to implement regulations that are null and void, which is the case. Clause 2 of the bill, Madam Speaker, more specifically, will be amending Section 11 of the 2013 Act and determine that our delegated legislative committee will require the regulation-making authority to submit instrument to Parliament within 7 days of the date of the resolution of the committee. And further, notwithstanding subsections 4 and 5, Parliament where statutory instruments cease to have effect in accordance with subsection 4, notify the public in 2 newspapers that the instrument is an nullity. Before, we didn't have that regulation, Madam Speaker. There was no way of notifying other entities that we have run short of this. Therefore, it was actually incumbent on the other bodies and the authorities that are handling this bill to notify the public that these operations, these regulations are no longer enforced. How do you report yourself? So what government entities do, they continue to operate with those regulations. And therefore, that is what we are seeking to cure by ensuring that our own delegated legislation committee can notify the public and say, buyer beware, you know, of course, in the sense of the members of the public, that regulation this and this on a particular sector or field is no longer operational until Parliament gives a further notice. Therefore, in concluding, the passage of this bill will ensure transparency and accountability in consideration of statutory instruments. I want to urge honourable senators to support this bill, Madam Speaker. It's a very straightforward issue, 5 clauses only. It's not anything that anyone would consider controversial or wish to say, Madam Speaker, a lot on it. And therefore, Madam Speaker, because I respect Parliament and I love putting to good use the time of Parliament, when a bill is brief, even in their moving remarks, the Leader of Majority also has to be brief. When it is elaborate, I have to be elaborate, Madam Speaker. I don't see why I should take more time than that, Madam Speaker, to explain the 3 clauses that exist in this particular bill. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the Chairperson of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Senator of Bomet, Senator Hilary Sigei to second.
Senator Sigei.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to second this very important bill that the majority leader has moved. And as I do that, Madam Speaker, it is imperative to point out the fact that this is a bill that indeed is an umbrella to statutory legislations, or rather regulations, which are normally made by either institutions and sometimes fail to place them before Parliament for purposes of scrutiny. And indeed, Madam Speaker, the amendments to the bill is aimed at very specific aspects of it. One is to have an opportunity for Parliament to scrutinize such instruments so that even as they are published for purposes of application by such state organs, state entities, or agencies, the aspect of protection of the public interest is fully taken care of by the Parliament, which is constitutionally mandated to protect the interest of the public, because parliamentary approval and parliamentary oversight over legislation is a constitutional edict. And the need to have these instruments scrutinized by Parliament is imperative, and that is the reason why such regulations, as provided for by the proposed amendments, are to be published by the House. And to be very specific, Madam Speaker, as I support this particular bill, Section 5, Clause 2, that seeks to amend Section 11 of the Statutory Instruments Act, is indeed giving timelines within which instruments that have been, or rather such instruments that have been published by either agencies or government institutions are to be placed before Parliament, and Parliament is expected to publish them within a period of 7 days after the committee has resolved that it is indeed something that has been placed before the House. Why, Madam Speaker, is this timeline very critical? It is critical because previously, we have had statutory instruments which have been applied by various state agencies without the input of the relevant committee of Parliament, and by extension is devoid of the input of the public, because the committee of Parliament is deemed to be a representation of the people. The 7-day period which is given to Parliament to publish is also to make sure that there isn't unnecessary delay in publication and application of the statutory instruments, which of course by the time they are being published are supposed to be utilized to ensure that services to the public is within the relevant regulations. And so the amendment, the proposed amendment under subclause 2.5 is long overdue, and I fully support. Secondly, the requirement that a statutory instrument that has ceased to be operational must equally be published and the public is notified, so that for whatever it takes, any other government agency that would fail to publish a nullified instrument or regulation in itself is to have committed an offense, which is actually another subsequent provision of this particular statutory instrument amendment bill. The proposed amendment under Clause 3 to Section 12 of the Principal Act, Madam Speaker, is very critical. And this is because the Act as is provides that there is no exemption to orders or regulations that are emanating from courts of law, where, as you all know, that there are 3 arms of government: the legislature, judiciary, and the executive are independent of one another. This amendment seeks to protect the regulations and orders that are emanating from courts of law as judicial pronouncements from a requirement that they be subjected to parliamentary scrutiny. Because if it were to be subjected to a parliamentary scrutiny, it definitely will go against the constitutional requirement of independence. So this particular amendment is very critical in ensuring that independence of various arms of government is safeguarded. And Madam Speaker, the third and another critical aspect of this proposed amendment is the proposed amendment to Section 18 that requires the clerk of the House, this House and the lower house, to ensure that a gazette is published in 2 newspapers of nationwide circulation. The reason why it is important, Madam Speaker, is because once a statutory instrument is published in 2 newspapers of national or wide circulation, it is seen that the public is notified of such a regulation, and therefore one will not purport to allege that there is utilization of statutory instruments that has not been subjected to parliamentary scrutiny. And this publication also applies to those which have been revoked, because once they are revoked, a revocation must as well be published in the parliamentary website, and this is for purposes of notifying the public of the action that has been undertaken by Parliament. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the proposed amendment that is seeking to amend Section 24 of the Principal Act. This is in itself to ensure that for those people who are in authority, those people who've been donated the mandate to make statutory instruments, if and when they fail to do so, because this is what the Act says, it is providing for a penalty for inaction on the part of those who have been given authority to do it, and the penalties have been enhanced from Kenya shillings 20,000 to not less than 500,000, and also a period of 2 years in prison in the event that a person or an institution that has got authority has failed to do so. And the reason why this is done is to make sure that people or persons in authority do not, enhance the norm that we do know people have a tendency of accounting officers just failing to comply with the law, failing to do what the law requires of them to do, because there is no punitive measure that will be felt by such persons for failing to comply with that particular law. And by enhancing this fine from 20,000 to 500,000, this will ensure that the penalty is so punitive that one is not ready to be subjected to such a penalty, or even to be put in prison for a period of 2 years for their inability to act as required by the law. And so, Madam Speaker, I fully support this particular bill and ask the members of this House to support the passage in order to make sure that whatever statutory instruments which institutions or government agencies do utilize for purposes of service to the public have the scrutiny that is required by law in Parliament and are also fully implemented as per the law. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Sige. Honourable Senators, I propose the question that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of 2023, be now read a second time, and I open the floor for contributions from the senators. Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my contribution to this bill. Madam Speaker, on the first point, I'd like to say I support the amendment. Why I say so, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is because I come from the Delegated Legislation Committee of the Senate. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I have the responsibility there of being the vice chair of that committee. Madam Speaker, this amendment is a reminder to regulations making of agencies, RMAs, we call them, regulations making agencies. These include ministers, these include corporations such as the CA, Communications Authorities of Kenya. These include all other regulators who are playing in the space of government. Mr. Speaker, it is a reminder to them that law-making process does not belong to the executive. Lawmaking process does not belong to authorities that have been set up by law. Lawmaking process, legislation, powers belong to the Senate and the National Assembly. And when we donate the powers to them for them to make regulations, we are only doing so that they can make those laws that we have made here, the mother laws, to be effective. But, Madam Speaker, this instrument was necessitated by the fact that some of these regulation-making agencies, they would finish with regulations and then forget even to publish to the people. Like the mover has said, they would even continue, sometimes those regulations have lapsed, but they will continue to apply them. And then Senate or National Assembly gets to know that a regulation which is not there is being applied. Madam Speaker, we have had a very funny situation because this Statutory Instrument Act says that after 10 years, all those regulations must lapse and they must go back for reenactment. And Madam Speaker, every minister or every regulations-making agency must come before the delegated legislation committees of National Assembly and the Senate so that they can justify why they need extension of those regulations which have expired. But Madam Speaker, the regulations-making agencies have become a law unto themselves. They forget that we just donated these powers to them. The power to make law is with the National Assembly and the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. That's what the Constitution says. So I would strongly support this amendment because it is telling them these powers belong to the Senate and you must do according to the donated powers. Don't try to extend things which you don't have. Don't try to extend powers that you don't have. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to make 2 quick points. Number one, Madam Speaker, regulations making agencies, these are the ministers and the statutory bodies that exist there. We want to encourage them that before you make regulations, before you go publishing, because I know you are listening to me wherever you are, please come before the delegated Senate Delegated Committee or the National Assembly Delegated Committee. You can go to one and then come to the other. Why we say so, Madam Speaker, is because, again, that power is not yours. That power is given to you. Those regulations are donated powers from the Senate and the National Assembly. So don't rush to publicize. Don't rush to gazette. Come for pre-publication consultation so that if there is a problem, we will tell you what you're trying to publish before you gazette. And when you come, there are 2 things we will require of you. Number one, we will require the Regulations Impact Assessment Report, the RIA. And number 2, we will require proof of public participation. Why? Because you have to tell us, if it is a regulations for MIRA, who participated in approving those MIRA regulations? Don't say it is only the farmers. What about the consumers? What about those people who use the roads? Who are the stakeholders who approved those regulations? Please come so that we talk, because public participation, if it is not sufficient, we will reject those regulations. Even if you have gazetted them, we will degazette them again. So you will end up with a zero-sum game. Come also with the Regulations Impact Assessment Report. Those 2 documents are extremely important so that you can tell us these refugee regulations that you are proposing, of what impact are they to stakeholders? We would urge very much all regulations making authorities, please come for pre-publication scrutiny so that we can discuss with you, correct you, and then when you are exercising the donated power from the Senate, from the National Assembly, it can be done in accordance with the law, not to be done the way it has been done in the past, and then we have problems. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to use this opportunity to also talk to the people who are in the executive in various positions who make regulations so that they can remember that this law is reminding them that they are operating on donated power. It is not their power. Their power is just to execute what the National Assembly and the Senate have passed. And please, when you're doing these regulations, do them in such a manner that you are in consultation. Don't rush to gazette and then we have to annul what you have done. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to support this bill at this stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Monkatana. Those were the senators who wish to contribute to this motion. I now want to invite the Majority Leader to respond.
Speaker, thank you. I want to thank my colleagues who have taken time to speak on this important bill, making their contribution and their thoughts on something that I said, though brief, extremely important to the existence of Parliament as an institution, and something that we take for granted on many occasions, but have got grave implications if ignored. Therefore, I thank you, Senator Mungatana, for your thoughts. Many of the things you're saying, actually, some of them are in practice. I know, for example, Madam Speaker, for a fact, that our Committee on Delegated Legislation, I think, has a meeting tomorrow with the State Department for Housing, because they are further to the law that we passed here on affordable housing. There is a regulation making powers that we gave to the minister. And the State Department is in the state right now of developing those regulations to govern affordable housing, how you buy the house, how you make contribution, all those things. And they have sent the draft to the committee first, for the committee to give their input. It's also part of like the public participation you're talking about, so that eventually when it comes to Parliament, Parliament was already involved. Then they consider now all the views of other stakeholders, so that Parliament is like an appellate in this particular, appellate court in this particular matter, where other stakeholders will now come and say, we see the ministry has proposed this, but this is what we thought would have been better. And then Parliament can make the final decision and approve on those regulations. So some of those things you're saying are actually in practice, but we need to make it the culture. And I like the fact that, like I said in my moving notes, Madam Speaker, this is the umbrella law, Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, just aligning it to our Constitution, making it alive for people to know that, first of all, we are in a bicameral legislative environment. So there are two houses of Parliament, because there have been instances, again, Madam Speaker, where regulations are taken to only one house. I haven't seen a lot of that this term, but it is something that we have confronted over the years in our existence during this season of bicameralism. Therefore, I thank you, my colleagues, for taking time. With those remarks, I beg to reply. Madam Speaker, in accordance to Standing Order number 66.3, I beg to request that the putting of question be deferred to another date. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Senator. The putting of question is deferred to another date, as will be scheduled by the SBC. I will further direct that the order paper be rearranged so that we call out order number 18, Clerk.
Order number 18, the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Metrology Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, the Metrology Bill was published in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 172 of 2023. The principal object of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to put in place legislative framework to regulate metrology services in Kenya and to coordinate and monitor meteorological services. The bill proposes to establish the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority, which shall be responsible for the provision, regulation, coordination, and management of meteorology services. Why is that important, Madam Speaker? It is because we live in a data-driven society. Before Kenyans make any decision nowadays, they prefer to ask, what does science say about this? What is the legitimate information? Which is the single source of truth? Madam Speaker, you know that nowadays, because of technology, there are many places through which Kenyans can get information and meteorological services. Some are accurate, some are not accurate. Yet, Madam Speaker, some of the decisions that our citizens take based on the information they received have got far-reaching implications. And therefore, on many occasions, Madam Speaker, it is normally important that when these considerations are being made, members of the public know that they are getting that information from a credible institution. And many Kenyans, forget about this noise that you read about on Twitter and social media. Many Kenyans believe and they trust government institutions. We have got very credible organizations. You see here in the Speaker's Gallery every afternoon, people visiting this country from Zambia, from Malawi, from I don't know which country. So many African countries, they come to benchmark on Kenyan institutions. Because you know, this has been a stable democracy for over 60 years. And our institutions have, there's a journey that they have traveled. And many occasions, many countries actually benchmark, both on the continent, on Africa, and sometimes I have met CEOs and heads of parastatals who tell me that they were actually in the company of delegations from as far as Southeast of Asia and some European countries who are here in the country, Madam Speaker, benchmarking on how certain institutions work in our country. So don't be fooled, Madam Speaker, by the noise that you read on social media many times about our country and the things that are not working. I can tell you that there are very credible government institutions which are reliable, which many Kenyans go to for information. And government, Madam Speaker, is an institution that needs to be guarded. That's why on many occasions, Madam Speaker, when I read about public officials who have messed up a particular institution, I am very firm on that particular issue, Madam Speaker, that we cannot allow our institutions to be, and their credibility to be watered down. Because institutions that have lived over the years, many institutions from across the world come to study and understand how is it that you people have been able to do a particular issue, you know? And therefore, this is one such institution that we are founding, which at this point, Madam Speaker, we may not be able to be a benchmark institution for others because it's still new. But suddenly, and I know this for a fact, Madam Speaker, over the years, 10, 20, 30 years down the line, there will be countries that will come here to come and benchmark from this institution because I know Kenyans ordinarily are very professional people. And when they are granted an opportunity to work in an institution, Madam Speaker, they do their best, Madam Speaker. There are many other reasons why we don't succeed in other things, but at least I know it is not for want of good professional work or people of good repute. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this bill provides a legal framework to set up that particular institution so that we know. You know, Madam Speaker, nowadays, we hardly see weather reports, yet you know that growing up, Ngwata Francis was almost like a permanent fixture on our television screens. And many people will dress the following day depending on the information that he gave on the news. That is not the case anymore because people have come then to know that there are changing weather patterns and trends which unfortunately perhaps our meteorological department hasn't caught up with. But this legislative framework that is being proposed help us to set up an institution that is modern, that is need-specific, Madam Speaker, and fit for purpose to address that particular issue. Severe weather change and events in Kenya, Madam Speaker, including the just concluded prolonged drought and now the ongoing heavy rain season. You have seen how sinusoidal our weather patterns have become. You come from a high of a drought to another peak, Madam Speaker, of heavy rains, and all those in a season that is completely unpredictable, Madam Speaker. And they have significant impact on our country's population, economy, and the environment. These extreme weather phenomena have led to food and water shortages, loss of life and property, disruption of critical infrastructure, and many other things. It was possible, for example, Madam Speaker, if we had such institutions that are properly funded, to right now map out the country and inform people that you need to move out of certain areas because, you know, either they are projected to be floods or landslides and things like that, Madam Speaker. And, you know, credible institutions that when they speak, Kenyans will listen, despite the fact that many times Kenyans don't listen. Or sometimes you find even leaders. Like, I was very disappointed, Madam Speaker. I saw Azimio leaders, including very respected members of this House, Madam Speaker, going somewhere in Mukuru, telling citizens not to budge an inch. Yet they know that across the road in Mathare, Madam Speaker, we had lost citizens, Madam Speaker, who are living close to the shores of Nairobi River, Madam Speaker, and telling people, oh, government should not tell you where to move until they give you alternative housing. You know, hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, because I can bet you all those Azimio leaders, when they finish addressing the people of Mukuru and telling them not to move, they got into their cars and drove to Karen, you know, to enjoy their beer and nyamachoma after misleading Kenyans. That's why you need credible institutions such as this, so that when they speak with authority, Madam Speaker, Kenyans know that the warnings and the weather warnings they are giving are warnings that they should take and not rely on any politicians to speak this or the other way on that particular issue. The establishment, Madam Speaker, of the Kenya Meteorological Services Authority will ensure that we have accurate and timely weather forecast, early warnings for severe weather, and I have mentioned all that about the things that will be done. Specifically, just to quickly run through the various, because there is nothing really deep or further detailed about the bill other than the usual provisions of an act of parliament when you're setting up a new institution. And therefore, I'd quickly run over the various parts. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, is that part 1 or clause 1 to clause 4 of the bill, it provides for those provisions and outlines the purpose and objective for which I have properly enumerated, and helps Kenya actually be part of the global community. We are members of the global society, Madam Speaker, and there are certain global commitments that we have made as a country, which the passage of this bill helps us to fulfill, like the Convention of the World Meteorological Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization, Madam Speaker, where we have signed up as a responsible country. Madam Speaker, we need to do this so that we give even weather warnings and such information. Clause 5 to clause 8 of the bill establishes this authority and provides for its function, the powers, the clauses, the functions of the authority, which is to maintain surface, upper air, marine meteorological observation networks, establishment and maintenance of integrated information system for exchange of this data, Madam Speaker, across the globe. It helps also issues such as forecasting, product dissemination, and provision of aeronautical meteorological services for safety, Madam Speaker, because we are part of the international global community. There are many planes right now, as we speak here, Madam Speaker, that are overflying our airspace. They rely on this data. That's why this institution is important, Madam Speaker, on what are the projected weather patterns for the next few days. As the pilots sit to plan their trips and so on and so forth, they can get more credible information, Madam Speaker. Therefore, then clause part 3 of the bill, which is clause 9 to 28, Madam Speaker, it provides for the management of the authority, who are the board of directors, who are the representatives, their qualifications for who's the chairperson of this board, and it needs to be somebody who's well educated in these matters, Madam Speaker. The chairperson will be appointed by the president and that particular person, the qualifications they need to meet, which is at least 10 years experience in the relevant field, and they hold a degree that is recognized in the Republic of Kenya, and does not hold a position that are likely to place that person in an environment of conflict of interest, and so on and so forth. Part 4 of the bill, Madam Speaker, provides for the establishment of the training institute and research. Research is important, Madam Speaker. It is what informs us where the world is headed. It is possible to build a credible research institution that other countries, these countries that keep on coming to Kenya to learn, will come and benchmark and know that Kenya is a standard bearer. We have a responsibility, being one of the most progressive nations on the continent, Madam Speaker, to come up with world-class institutions where the rest of the continent can take leave from and learn on global practices and so on and so forth. That's why we are setting up that research institution, because it is important, Madam Speaker, for us to develop the next group or school of professionals, Madam Speaker, who will serve in this particular institution. That's why Clause 29 exists. Clause 30, Madam Speaker, it provides for the financial provisions, how to report, audit procedures, all these things that we know, issues of liability, and so on and so forth. Part 6 of the bill, Madam Speaker, which is Clause 41 to 47, provides the provisions relating to offenses and penalties. You know, what you're supposed to do, what is a mistake. Many times when I move such bills, Madam Speaker, you know, we have a very interesting media in this country. Their obsession with mundane issues is legendary, Madam Speaker. You'll find that in an entire bill of all the things that I've said, they'll focus on the fine and somebody will run with a screaming headline that you'll now be charged 1 million shillings for wrongly predicting the weather, according to a bill moved by the Senate Majority Leader. You can't put that past our media. But anyway, we have come to love and live with them as they are. It provides for the penalties, Madam Speaker, because it's an offense to mislead the people of Kenya. Part 8, Madam Speaker, contains transitional provisions, what happens to the meteorological department, to the authority, and all those things, the saving powers of the institution, and so on and so forth. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to move and request the Senator for Tana River, Senator Danson Buya Mungatana, to second.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Senator Mungatana, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise to second this very important bill that is before the Senate today. Madam Speaker, recently, the President addressed this nation on Cyclone Hidaya that was hitting us at the coast. And Madam Speaker, we were all very worried. In fact, all efforts were put to make sure our beloved pastime at the beach was stopped. The marine officials, the officials that the security agencies, all of them, Madam Speaker, prohibited any move and movement within the beach area for the protection of the people because of the expected destructive force that Cyclone Hidaya was bringing to the coast. Madam Speaker, we were really all very worried, including the entire, from Lamu down Tana River, down Kilifi County, all the way to Mombasa, down to Kwale. Madam Speaker, I remember we were actually on that particular day, the second day, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mungatana, you will have a balance of 18 minutes when we resume the next sitting, that is tomorrow. You'll have 18 minutes to conclude seconding the motion. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Thursday, 16th May 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Good morning to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate, coming to you from Parliament buildings. This is a live broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Let's now have a look at the order paper this morning on some of the areas and agenda set up for consideration by the Senate this morning, where the order paper is a full entry with motions. Given priority is a motion by Senator for Baringo County, Senator William Cheptumo, on declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and subsequent establishment of a special funds for victims. In this particular motion, the Senator for Baringo County, Senator Cheptumo, seeks to have the Senate resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior, National Coordination, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do declare cattle rustling a national disaster, establish a national task force on matters cattle rustling and banditry. This national task force will be charged with the responsibilities of investigating the causes of rampant cases of cattle rustling and banditry in the affected regions in the country at large. The task force should also establish the extent of suffering, losses, as well as damages the cattle rustling and banditry has occasioned to the communities in all the affected counties. During this resumption of debate on this particular motion on matters to do with banditry, the Senator for Baringo County also wants the Senate to resolve that the Ministry of Interior, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do create a special fund for mitigating the losses suffered by and in compensating all victims of cattle rustling as well as banditry, and settle all internally displaced persons occasioned by the menace. Away from the motions, let's now have a look at the business for consideration by the House, and bearing in mind this being our Wednesday morning, we expect Cabinet Secretaries to appear in plenary this morning. The Cabinet Secretary for Mining and Blue Economy, as well as Maritime Affairs, will be answering 3 questions from nominated Senator Miraj Abdulrahman. Senator Miraj wants the CS for Mining to tell the House what measures has the ministry made in the development of a policy and legal framework for matters blue economy in Kenya. The Senator also wants Honorable Mvurya to tell the Senate the details on the disbursement of Kenya shillings 1 billion under the Investing in Women in Matters Blue Economy in Kenya project by the African Enterprise Challenge Fund, funded by the Department of Global Affairs in Canada. The CS also wants the Honorable Senator also wants the CS to tell the House the number of women-led farms that have benefited under this program. Lastly, Honorable Mvurya will be required to clarify if the ministry has a policy on women in the blue economy space, considering that they contribute up to 60% of labor force in the fisheries sector. The other Cabinet Secretary set to appear this morning is the CS for Water, as well as the CS for matters to do with agriculture. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast, presided over by the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi. Enjoy your viewing.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Okay. The quorum bell is currently on at the Senate. The Speaker of the Senate has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. As it stands, the House is not properly quorated. And so, as we await for the lapse of that particular bell and further directives from the Speaker and the probability of members are making their way into the chamber this morning, allow me to keep taking you through the highlights in the order paper this morning. And away from CS Mvuria, who will be appearing before the Senate this morning, the other CSs expected to appear before the Senate plenary, among them the CS for Agriculture and Livestock Development, Honorable Mithika Linturi, who has questions from various senators. The nominated senator, Senator Joyce Correll, wants Honorable Linturi to tell the Senate if there are measures that the government has put in place to ensure that all meat sold in Kenya meets the requisite standards for the human consumption, and could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the government monitors the entire meat supply chain for slaughterhouses to the retail outlets. The CS for Agriculture will also be answering questions from Senator Mungatana, the Senator for Tana River County, who wants the CS to tell the House whether the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock has assessed the losses suffered by both crop and livestock farmers, particularly in Tana River County, due to the recent heavy rainfall experienced across the country, and if so, what are the findings? The CS will also be required to tell the House if the government has any plans to compensate farmers for the losses suffered, and if so, could the CS indicate the budgetary allocation made for the said purposes and explain any measures put in place to ensure that payments are made in a timely manner and to the right individuals? The CS for Matters Water, Honorable Zachary Anjeru, is also expected before the Senate this morning. And the CS will be answering questions from nominated Senator Mariam Sheikh, who wants the CS to tell the House what has caused the delay in the completion of Mandera Water and Sanitation Project that was funded by the African Development Bank, AFDB, in 2016, and address the suffering of residents of Mandera due to water scarcity. The CS is also required to provide a breakdown of the project's budget and state the amount paid to contractors and service providers to date and recipients of these payments, as well as the specific work done. The Senator for Baringo County, the Senator for Nandi County, my apologies. Senator Samson Cherargei is a senator for Nandi County, wants the the CS for mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs, Honorable Salim Mvurya, to tell the House the current status of gold mining activities at Kerebe Gold Mine in Nandi County. The senator also wants to understand what is the total amount of money paid as royalties to the government for the gold mining activities at the said gold mine, and could the Cabinet Secretary also provide a breakdown of how these funds have been shared. This sharing is between the national government and the respective county governments, as well as the local communities. The CS is also required to provide a timeline for the processing of all current applications for the mining permits as well as licenses, and explain the regulatory framework governing artisanal mining in Kenya.
Be informed we do have quorum now. So clerk, you may proceed to call the first order. Order, Senator Seki.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, according to the order paper, there are 7 questions that were due for response today, this morning. And we had invited 3 CSs. 3 questions were meant to be responded to by the CS in charge of agriculture and livestock development. 2 by the CS in charge of water, sanitation, and irrigation. And the last 2 by the CS in charge of mining. Now, I'm informed that the CS in charge of water, sanitation, and irrigation is in the House, and therefore we are going to start with her. Thereafter, we are going to move to the 2 questions directed to the Ministry of Mining. However, as far as the CS in charge of agriculture, livestock, and development, I'm informed that he's not in the House. And he will not be able to attend Senate today for purposes of responding to these 3 questions. Now, I'm informed that a letter came yesterday afternoon from the CS in charge of agriculture indicating that he will not be in a position to attend today's session for purposes of responding to those 3 questions directed to his ministry. When we sat at SBC yesterday, we had not received any formal written communication from the CS agriculture, and that's why those questions are contained in today's order paper. So, honorable senators, we are going to have only 2 CSs responding to the 4 questions. As far as the CS for agriculture is concerned, we will not be able to have those 3 questions responded to. And these questions were by Senator Joyce Korir, Senator Danson Mungatana, and Senator James Morango. Yes, Senator Mungatana.
Bwana Spika, leo mimi nilikuwa na swali kwa waziri anayehusika na mambo ya kilimo, na haswa nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza mambo ya mashamba ambayo yamezama, na kama serikali wanafanya nini kuregesha hiyo mashamba kwa wananchi ama kuwasaidia kuanza tena. Bwana Spika, mimi nimetoka Tana River asubuhi hii, jana usiku, na wananchi wanatuuliza haya maswali, na niliwaambia waziri mwenyewe atakuwa hapa. Ni kitu gani ambacho ni muhimu zaidi kuliko hii emergency ya mafuriko ambayo tuko nayo, ambao waziri hawezi hata kuandika barua, hawezi hata kuja hapa kwa nyumba, hawezi hata kuwa na katsi ya kuelezea. Sisi tunakuja, wananchi wanangojea, na yeye anatoroka. Na what is wrong with this guy bwana? Na juzi tu ndio ametoka kwa
Senator Danson Ngatano.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're a seasoned member of this parliament. You cannot, if you choose to use one language, stick to it all the way.
Ndio, Mr. Speaker, nilikuwa nasema ni nini namsumbua huyu waziri? Juzi tu ametoka kwa kitanzi, amekopa hapa tu karibu. Alafu sasa anahepa bunge. Mimi nangojea ripoti ya agriculture sasa. Kamati ya agriculture na wao waweke ripoti yao, Senate iongee. Sio ile mchezo wanafanya huko kwa bunge ndogo huko. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango. Yes.
Asante sana Mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, yangu ni kusema ya kwamba ingekuwa ni muhimu kwa sababu pia kama venye Senator wa Tana River amesema, kuna jambo muhimu sana kwa sababu kuna jambo mpya limekuja ambalo inaitwa UDR. Sheria mpya ambayo itakuja kuzima uzanji wa kahawa katika nchi za nje, ambayo inaanza mwezi ujao. Kwa hivyo hata mimi nilikuwa natarajia angekuweko hapa kwa sababu ifikapo mwakani soko yetu kubwa sana kule Ulaya itakuwa tuwezi kuifikia kwa sababu ya swala la hiyo mambo ya ukataji miti regulations. Kwa hivyo hata mimi ningetaka kusema kwamba ingekuwa ni muhimu awe hapa aweze kujibu. Na pia kwa hiyo imesemwa na Senator wa Tana River ni kwamba ripoti yetu tumemalizia na tutakuja kuwasilisha katika hili mbunge na venye kamati ilikuja na ile mambo ambayo tulipata katika ile sakata ya mbolea gushi. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senator, the reason why the CS is not with us this morning, as indicated in his letter, the reason is that he's leading a Kenyan delegation to the launch of the China-Kenya Tea Trade Center, which is an event aimed at promoting Kenya tea export to China for improved farmers' earnings. That is the reason. And he was supposed to, this particular event is taking place between the 14th and the 18th of May. Yes, Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, hata mimi ningeuliza swali kama waziri wa kilimo angekuwa hapa. Saa hii kutoka wiki jana kumekuwa na vita ya wafanyabiashara wale wanalima miraa, watu wa Embu County wakiwa wawezi kuuza miraa Mombasa na pia ile county siko karibu huko. Pia ningemuuliza kama tumelima miraa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza imetupatia pesa ya hiyo kilimo, ningemuuliza hiyo ametusaidia mna gani? Kwa sababu saa hii watu wetu kule Mombasa unakuta lori inaitishwa pesa ile haifai. Kwa hiyo ni usuni kubwa sana. Angekuwa amekuja hapa ningeuliza hiyo swali langu la Embu County. Asante Bwana Speaker. Na hiyo ni makosa kubwa sana.
Yes, Senator Cherankei Samson.
Mr. Speaker, just as a matter of, I want to request for your Solomonic ruling. Now this matter has come up. One, I don't know whether SBC, I'm standing under 51C, whether SBC can define the timeline when the CS can not appear. Because I know the issue of attending China tea delegation is something that has been scheduled, Mr. Speaker. You know, most of the formal meetings are scheduled. Is it possible in future, Mr. Speaker, if a CS knows that he will travel to lead a delegation, official business, apart from cabinet meetings, or they are attending, it is scheduled, Mr. Speaker, is it possible for your direction, and I want to request for two rulings, for your direction under your chair and seal that you direct any CS who intends not to appear before this House should give an advance notice, because most of the meetings are scheduled. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine if we were sure, and SBC was sure that the CS of Agriculture will not appear, we would have rescheduled other businesses on our order paper, like motions, like bills, like statements that we have gone ahead. Mr. Speaker, and I know Senator CS Mithika Linturi, Mr. Speaker, members should be kind to him. He must be recovering from that horrendous process of almost of facing serious allegations at the lower house. Mr. Speaker, a second application of my ruling is on the aspect, Mr. Speaker, I have noticed when members ask supplementary questions, and this is my request for the second ruling, Mr. Speaker, when members ask cabinet secretaries follow-up questions, supplementary questions, it dies there. Mr. Speaker, is it possible if members ask supplementary questions and you direct CSS that they will provide further information? How do we treat such information? Should it be directed to the line committee? Should it be re-engaged in future when the CS appears, Mr. Speaker? So my ruling is, can you provide with us if another limp of my request of the ruling is, when a CS, a cabinet secretary answers a question and the member or the House feels that the response is not satisfactory, what is the recourse to the House? Because at the end of the day, if Senator Danson Mungatana wants to ask a question about the floods and farms that have been submerged, you have had the issue of Mira, Mr. Speaker, you have had the issue of coffee in the market. So where should it end there when the House is not satisfied, or it can be processed, Mr. Speaker? But I think, Mr. Speaker, you should not condone. We have always relied on you, and I'm happy that Majority Leader is here. We should not allow cabinet secretaries to get away easily. The powers and privileges provide for mechanisms and systems on how non-appearance of witnesses before the House can be treated, even before the committee, Mr. Speaker. So I request that as you rule on those issues that I've raised on the issue of procedure and on the issue of answering questions by the cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker, I think as SBC, kindly provide us with, and the CSS should be told that in no certain times, Parliament does not sit in vain. Parliament, there is an order. There is a reason we are here, Mr. Speaker. It's not a talk shop. So I hope in future, and we expected the CS of Agriculture to be here, we would have asked supplementary questions on the issue of non-purchase of maize. Mr. Speaker, in North Rift, we still have maize in our stores. The issue of top-dressing fertilizer, because now we are finished planting, Mr. Speaker, we would want to follow up with the issue of top-dressing to our tea farms and maize farms, Mr. Speaker. So those are supplementary questions, Mr. Speaker, that we would have really wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And I think going into the future, if you guide us properly and engage with the executive, I don't think we want to be adversarial. We want to work because we are working for the common good. And I think the intention of the President was to have a clear framework of engaging rather than engaging in FinRoles or any other forums that are indecisive. So we would have expected, but Mr. Speaker, as a human being, of course, Senator Cabinet Secretary Mithika Linturi should have been here, but I think the few weeks that have passed, Mr. Speaker, has not been easy for him. I'm not his advocate, but I'm just putting across my observation as a human being, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, in future, he should be here. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Fernande. Now, if you look at Standing Order 51A, 6, immediately a question is approved by SBC. The CSAs are given 7 days before they appear in plenary for purpose of responding to that question. And therefore, a CS has 7 days to look at their diary, and indeed, if they are not in a position to appear before Senate, then they can write to the Senate indicating the reasons why they may not be able to appear, and also indicate the possible date that they'll be able to appear. Now, in this regard, I fully agree with you that this is a scheduled meeting. In fact, the CS in charge of agriculture was cleared by State House to travel on the 7th of May, 2024. So at the time he received these questions, he knew that he will be traveling to China between the 14th and the 18th. So he ought to have written a letter much earlier. When SBC sat yesterday, we had no indication whatsoever that the CS will not be able to appear in plenary for purpose of responding to these questions. And that's why the questions appear in today's order paper. Now, the wisdom that was given by SBC in this matter is that, one, adequate notice for an appearance must be filed by the CS, and not just a notice to say, I am not in a position to appear. In the same breath, that letter should contain a possible date when the CS will be able to appear, so that we can look at our calendar and try to schedule the appearance of that particular CS. So that is the directions that were given by SBC. And the majority leader was to help SBC in this regard for purposes of communicating or transmitting this information to the CSs. Now, on the second limb, normally when the CS appears here and a supplementary is asked by Honorable Senator, you will most of the time hear that I'm inviting the Honorable Senator to my office. And most of the time it dies there. The Rules and Procedure Committee sat twice last week to look at how then do we come up with a better mechanism of following up on such commitments. And there's some amendments that will be brought before this House to make sure that any commitments given by a CS are not just left to that individual member. Because once left an individual member, you can bet nothing will come out of that. So that is the way forward on this particular matter. The other third issue, Senator Fernandi, have I left anything that you sought my directions? Good. So Senator Chute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi ningetaka kuongezea vile Mheshimiwa Mungatana amesema. Mheshimiwa Mungatana ametoka kutoka Tana River. Labda ametembea usiku yote. Akifikiria leo asubuhi atawakilisha watu wake wa Tana River. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama waziri lazima tukubaliane kama Senate. Kama waziri hataweza kufika, hiyo kukosa kufika kwake iwe ni mgonjwa. Ya pili, ameitwa huko State House kama kuna mkutano ambayo ni ya muhimu sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hatutakubaliana kwamba waziri yeyote ambaye atashindwa kufika hapa na ameshindwa kufika kwa sababu alikuwa na safari ambaye mpango ya hiyo safari pengine ilikuwa imeanza mwezi 2 iliyopita, yeye angefaa kutuma msaidizi wake, ako na permanent secretary yake, principal secretary ya kusaidia yeye. Mheshimiwa Spika, waziri huyu ambaye ameshindwa kufika leo ni kama hata ajali maneno ya bunge, kwa sababu wakati alifika mbele ya bunge hapa kwa hiyo mambo ya fertilizer, mimi mwenyewe nilimwambia resign, kwa sababu responsibility ya kuhakikisha wakulima wanapata fertilizer kwa bei mzuri na wakati natakana ni yake. Wakulima walikosa fertilizer kwa wakati inatakikana na wakapata fertilizer kushi. Mheshimiwa Spika, tungefaa kuleta censure motion kwa huyu waziri. Hata ingawa amewachiliwa na bunge ya kitaifa, bado maneno iko. Kenyans bado, ukiangalia poll saa hii, karibu 99% ya Kenyans wanasema hii mtu aende nyumbani. Hata hako na heshima gani ya kukaa huko kuongoza nchi hii kama waziri ya ukulima? Mheshimiwa Spika, tunakuomba tukubaliane ya kuwa kama waziri atashindwa kufika mbele ya Senate, iwe ni ako mgonjwa ama ameitwa State House, ana shughuli ya kuongea na president ya nchi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo mengine yote ya kusema ako na mpango hiyo na hiyo ni kufanya tu njia ya kuchelewesha mpango ya serikali na mpango ya Senate ama bunge. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mzuri tuchukue hatua ya kusaidia nchi iende mbele. Thank you very much.
Now, honorable senators, as far as the CSR criteria is concerned, let's terminate those interventions there. The reasons that the CS has communicated indeed is a valid reason. The biggest problem, which is unacceptable, is the fact that the communication came in too late. That is what we have a problem with. But the reason indicated in that letter is valid. Now, Clerk, can you confirm that the CS in charge of water and sanitation is present? You may usher her in, please. Honorable Senators, the CS in charge of water, sanitation, and irrigation is present. Honorable CS, welcome to the Senate plenary. You got two questions that we are inviting you to respond to. The first question is question number 030 by the Honorable Senator Mariam Sheikh. Kindly proceed to ask your question, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, for giving me the opportunity. Waziri, welcome. My question is, question A, what was the cause and the deadline in completion of the Mandera water sanitation projects that was funded by ADB in 2016 to address suffering of the residents of Mandera due to water scarcity? B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a breakdown of the project's budgets and state the amount paid to the contractors and service providers to dates, and the recipient of this payment, as well as specific work done? C, what is the current status of the projects, and could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures in place to ensure the timely completion of the project and indicate the project's dates of completion? Thank you.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond to that question.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for inviting me once again to this August House to share information and insight on the questions raised by the Honorable Senator. Honorable Speaker, in response to question number 1, I want to respond as follows. The Mandera Water Supply Project commenced on 31st January 2019 with an original contract period of 18 months, and hence original completion date was 30th July 2020. However, the contract was extended 5 times, leading to revised contract period of 47 months. The revised completion date was 31st December 2023. Due to the contractor's inability to complete the works, the parties to the contract agreed to mutually terminate the contract. The project is currently at 72% in terms of works implemented, and it is expected to serve about 400,000 people within Mandera town and its environs when completed. Honorable Speaker, on the other hand, Mandera sewerage project commenced on 1st November 2018 with an original contract period of 18 months. The original completion date was 30th April 2020. The contract has been extended 4 times. Consequently, the revised completion date is 7th July 2024. Currently, the project is at 73% as per the works carried out and is expected to serve about 80,000 people. Honorable Speaker, the main causes of delays in the project are as follows. For Mandera Water Supply Project, which is being done by Suhufi agencies in joint venture with Shanzi Water Resources and Hydropower Engineering Groups, Co-Limited, the first reason for the delay was master list approval. Approval of the master list took about 1 year, and this led to delay in commencement of works. The contractor could not buy materials because exemptions were being waited for. The number 2 reason for the delay was COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in restrictions that negatively impeded the project progress. Additionally, price escalations of construction materials was experienced arising from the global effect of the pandemic. The third reason was mobilization. Inadequate mobilization of staff, plant and equipment, and construction materials by the contractor also caused the delay. On the Mandera sewerage project, that is being done by Sinahydro Corporation Limited. The other one reason for the delay here was also master list approval. Approval of the master list took about 1 year, and this led to delay in the commencement of works. The contractor could not buy materials because the exemptions were being waited for. There was also the issue of insecurity. The project was suspended on 12 April 2019 due to insecurities associated with the abduction of Cuban doctors that occurred in Mandera town. The works remained suspended until 3rd November 2020, when the government managed to provide a secure campsite to the contractor. The other reason for the delay for Mandera sewerage project was the RAP issue, that is Resettlement Action Plan. Due to the objection of the PAPs, the government had to change the designs twice, thereby increasing the scope of works, which required additional funding, hence more time to execute the works. As a result, an addendum was made to cater for the extra cost that amounted to 484,261,223 shillings and 81 cents, Kenyan shillings. The other reason was the additional works. Increased scope of works, mainly due to RAP issues, required additional fundings. The process of sourcing for additional funds has been completed and approved by the African Development Bank. However, the contractor had slowed works as from beginning of August 2022 as they awaited for the resolution of the issue. Honorable Speaker, in regard to cost implication of the delays for Mandera water supply project, the contractor has submitted 2 financial claims. Claim number 1 has been evaluated, while claim number 2 is currently being evaluated. The other one is currently the project engineer is carrying out final measurements to determine the remaining works. This will enable the employer to repackage the works and retender before the African Development Bank financing grace period scheduled to end next year is over. For Mandera's sewerage project, no direct cost implications as the contractor is paid on the works accomplished. It's good to note, Honorable Speaker, that the 2 projects were procured and are being implemented under fixed works contracts for works and consultancy services. Therefore, unless there arises any other claims from the works or consultancy, there will be no direct cost implication due to the works. Honorable Speaker, in response to question B, I want to respond as follows. The contract amount are as follows. For the water supply projects, the amount was Kenya shillings 1,420,147,030 shillings. For the sewerage project, the contract amount was 1,523,674,239 shillings and 87 cents. Plus, Honorable Speaker, there was the addendum of 484,261. The total amount, Honorable Speaker, is 1,39,413,014.06 cents, plus now the addendum sum of 484,265,225.81 cents, giving a total of 1.5 billion. Or giving the total sum of 1,523,674,239.87 cents. Honorable Speaker, in regard to payments to contractors and service providers, I wish to report that the following are the contractors and payments made for the above mentioned projects. For the water supply project, the contractor, who is Suhufi Agencies, in a joint venture with Shanzi Water Resources and Hydropower Engineering Group Co. Limited, the amount which has been certified and paid is 1,029,090,353 shillings. For the sewer project, the contractor, who is Hydro Corporation Limited, has been the amount paid, the amount certified and paid is 1,508,69,217. Honorable Speaker, the specific works done to date are as follows. For water supply works lot number 1, the total estimated length of water lines is 228.5 kilometers. To date, the total length laid is 215.1 kilometers, comprising both transmission and distribution lines, which are at 94.2%. B, the resident engineer's office administration block is 100% complete. C, 2 classroom blocks of 5 classes each at Shafi Primary School are also at 100% complete. D, we have 2-bedroom staff houses at Bulgalas, and the project laboratory building have been completed, therefore at 100%. Number E, water treatment works. The clear water tanks, Bungalas water tank, and the infiltration wells are at various stages of completion with an average of 57% work done. The overall progress to date, Honorable Speaker, is 72%. That it was for water supply. For sewerage project, which is lot number 2, Honorable Speaker, the scope for the sewerage project and the status of works is as follows. A, the scope was of laying 48.262 kilometers length of sewers ranging from diameter 225 millimeters to 900 millimeters. The completion status is at 89%. B, there was also construction of public toilets at Shafe and at Mandera Military Camp. These works are at 60% completion. C, there was construction of wastewater stabilization ponds with capacity to treat an average of 6,000 cubic meters per day. The water stabilization ponds consist of the following. 1, inlet channel with measuring flume. 2, 2 anaerobic ponds. Number 3, 2 facultative ponds. Number 4, there was 6 maturation ponds. The overall completion for the wastewater treatment works is at 61%. Number D, there was administration and laboratory buildings. These are at 92%. Number E, there were 2 staff houses, perimeter chain link fence with concrete posts, and 2 gate houses. These are at 95% completion. Number F, there is also the access gravel roads around the ponds. These are at 10% completion rate. There's also number G, plant and equipment for operation and maintenance for the infrastructures. These have not yet been installed. The overall progress to date is 73% work done. Honorable Speaker, in response to question number C, the overall progress for the Mandera water project is 72%, while Mandera sewerage project is at 73%. For Mandera water supply project, the parties to the contract have currently agreed to mutually terminate the contract. A framework for the process has been agreed upon. The employer has constituted a claims adjudication committee for final valuation. The dispute had been referred to arbitration, and the proceedings are ongoing. In addition, the contractual parties are also at an advanced stage to enter a mutual agreement to separate. As regards Mandera sewerage project, following execution of the addendum works agreement by the contractor, an instruction for remobilization and resumption of works was issued by the engineer. The contractor resumed work in March 2024. Currently, some of the contractor's key personnel and construction materials have been mobilized to site. The projected date of completion is 7th July 2024. The construction works are progressing very well. Honorable Speaker, on the question by, sorry, I think I can up to that, and then I'll answer the other question. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mariam, you may ask 2 supplementary questions if you have any. If the response is that comprehensive, you may allow your colleagues to ask any supplementary questions. Very well. The Honorable Senator Mohammed Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have a question for the CS. The last time the CS was before this House, he promised Marsabit sewer system, and Marsabit water supply, which is under construction, will be completed as soon as possible. I wanted to ask if still the CS, okay, let me rephrase it. What is the position of these two projects now in Marsabit? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you'll take about 4 questions. Then you respond to them at a go. Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To the CS, Honorable Speaker, there's a statement I made on the Ndewa water supply. Sometimes in 2023, I'm yet to get a response. This is a water supply that was initiated, maintained by the Lake Victoria South Water Board. That water system lies in waste as the whole region it was supposed to serve suffer. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Senators, a supplementary question must be related to the primary question. And the reason why that is so as to enable the CS to adequately respond to your questions. If you ask a question that is not related to this primary question, the predicament then will be, one, the CS may not be in a position to respond, and he may therefore seek time to provide that information. If you ask a supplementary question, it will be easy for the CS to respond to, because then he's come here prepared for that primary, the primary question from which the supplementary question flows. And therefore, Honorable CS, if you're in a position to answer a question that is not related to the primary question, you may proceed to respond to it. However, if you need time to give us a more comprehensive response to a question that is not related to the primary question, you may also indicate, because we wouldn't want to have half-baked answers to the questions being raised by Honorable CSs. Senator Mofaya.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuuliza maswali mawili matatu, lakini ni kuambatana na swali ambalo
you will, under the standing order, you can only ask one supplementary.
Sawa, Honorable Speaker, ni swali ambalo linaambatana na swali la kwanza. Nakumbuka miezi miwili iliyopita tulipiga msafara na waziri wa maji mpaka sehemu za Tharaka Nithi County, ambako Mheshimiwa Speaker, Tharaka Nithi County ni jimbo ambalo limekumbwa na matatizo makubwa sana ya maji. Sana sehemu ya Tharaka constituency, eneo bunge la Tharaka. Nakumbuka Mheshimiwa Speaker, tulipiga msafara na waziri tukaenda mpaka sehemu za Marimanti, ambapo kuna miradi kadha wa kadha ambayo imeanzishwa na wenyeji ama wakaaji wa maeneo hayo. Kuna mradi wa Kadhura Water Project ambao unasambaza maji mpaka Marimanti mpaka sehemu za Marawa huko Tharaka North. Kuna mradi unaitwa Sisi kwa Sisi ambao uko Mukodhima, na kuna mradi unaitwa Mukithi Water Projects ambao unashughulikia sehemu za Mowe mpaka Kithioroka, na kuna mradi unaitwa Magatiandhi sehemu za Marimanti ambao unashughulikia sehemu za Rongo na Morinda huko Chakariga Ward, na vile vile kuna mradi unaitwa Karamanti, ni mradi wa maji pia Marimanti. Ningependa kupata taarifa kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Waziri, ni mikakati gani ambayo wizara yako inafanya kuhakikisha kwamba hii miradi imepata pesa kwa serikali, kwa sababu ni miradi ambayo imeanzishwa na wakaji wa huko, na Tharaka, eneo la Tharaka ni eneo ambalo limekumbwa na matatizo mengi sana ya maji. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is related to the first question in the sense that it is about water. And the earlier question was also about water. So, to the best of my knowledge, because you have the Minister for Water, that's a correct person to ask these questions. I don't know any other minister.
Majority Leader.
No, allow me, Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest promise that this government made to the people of Kericho and Bomet with regards to water is a construction of a dam called Boster in Bomet and another one called Soin-Koru Dam in the county of Kericho. At the time of this administration coming in, Mr. Speaker, both projects were at fairly advanced levels. In fact, the information you were told was that in Boster Dam, the challenge was land acquisition, that intentionally somebody had decided to frustrate that particular exercise through the usual monkey games that people introduce when they don't want to roll out a project. It has now been 1.5 years. I'd wish to know what is the status of that particular project of Boster. Then, this other one of Soin-Koru, Mr. Speaker, works had commenced, the contractor is on site. However, the financing model that had been picked was the worst that you could ever imagine. It's a 20 billion project that is supposed to be GOK funded. Mr. Speaker, knowing very well our financial position as a country, it might take far more than the lifetime of this administration and even the next one for government of Kenya to cough out 20 billion on a single dam project. Therefore, I'd wish to know from the minister, what alternative plans are they making? Or maybe I'm being too pessimistic. Maybe the minister has figured out where to get the 20 billion of GOK cash to build Soin-Koru Dam. It will be important for us, the people of Kericho, to know. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate him for his diligence. I know there's another project that on Londiani Dam that he's considering, but it is us at the ground level that haven't been able to provide the land that is needed to roll out that particular project. Therefore, I will not bother him with that particular one. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond to those, to the 4 senators.
So, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Responding to the water project in Marsabit and the sewer project, I want to let the Honorable Senator know that for the water project, it is complete. For the sewerage project is at 89% complete. So work is ongoing, and we are sure the remaining part on sewer will also be completed soon. From the Honorable Senator from Thiwa, in regard to the question of rehabilitation works and water supply restoration from Thiwa borehole, Honorable Speaker, I have a comprehensive report on 6 questions that had been asked by honorable speakers, and I want to commit that I'm going to submit the whole report which will answer to those questions. From Senator of Tharaka Nithi, ni kweli tulikuwa na wewe na tukazunguka na tukaona miradi ambayo tulijadiliana tuweze kuyafanya, na at the moment I want to report, Honorable Speaker, that there is a report that is being done which I promised to submit once I get it. So there is a report which is ongoing, and this is being done by the Works agency, and I'm sure it is going to cover all those areas that you mentioned. In regards to the question asked by the majority leader, it's true we have a mega project, a big project that is Boston, and currently we have funding from China, and we are finalizing on that project, and soon it will be actualized. On the Soikoru Dam, it's true, that is a project that has really given us some headache, but as the majority leader has indicated, it might be a very tall order for the government to fully support and fund that project. What we are doing now, we are looking for investors through the PPP financing model. We are progressing well because we know Soikoru Dam project will be very useful, especially so to our schemes, our irrigation scheme in Ahero. So it's a project that we are keenly following and making sure that we get proper investors who will embark on it. I submit.
Senator Chiranke.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka nishukuru waziri kwa kuwa na nafasi kujibu maswali yangu. Inahusikana na mkopo ambao umetolewa na benki. Kuna bwawa kubwa kule kaunti ya Nandi ambayo inaitwa Keben, ambayo ilianzishwa miaka kadhaa iliyopita, na ingine inaitwa Kipkaren katika mpaka wa Uasin Gishu na Nandi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningetaka kuuliza kufungamana na swali la mkopo ambao unatoka African Development Bank. Ile muda ambayo umewekwa ndio benki ambayo inafadhili mradi huo wa bwawa kubwa la Keben kule katika Nandi Hills, eneo bunge la Nandi Hills, muda gani utachukua ukamilike, na ile ya ambayo ya Kipkaren ambayo iko mpaka wa kaunti ya Nandi na Uasin Gishu, ndio Mheshimiwa Spika, wakaaji wa kaunti ya Nandi na Uasin Gishu wapate nafasi ya kupata maji safi na waweze kutumia katika mambo ya manyumbani, na watumie katika mambo ya kilimo. Unapojua kaunti ya Nandi ndio uti mgongo wa masuala ya kilimo. Ningependa Mheshimiwa Waziri aweze kujibu na atupe hakikisho kuwa miradi hiyo itakamilika kwa wakati unaofaa, kwa sababu tunajua Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa kutakuwa na mkopo kutoka African Development Bank, tuko na uhakika kuwa kutengeneza na kumaliza bwawa hizo mbili zitakamilika. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Sek.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to request the CS to give us more insight on the projects on the Nairobi satellite towns projects that is under the Adi Water Services on a Northern Tunnel KFW project under the German Bank. On the progress of this project, particularly on the area of Kajiado North, where the infrastructure has been done to almost 95%, but it has stalled for the last 6 months, and there are a lot of expectations from the public to see that project come to an end so that we commission. So I wanted to know, when is this project going to be completed, and why has it stalled for the last 6 months, and when are we going to launch that project so that at least the people of Kajiado North benefit from that project? Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika. Karibu waziri. Swali langu ni kuhusiana na mradi wa climate resilience ambao ulifanyika pale Likoni sub-county. Na ni jambo la kusikitisha na kutamausha ya kwamba tangu mradi huo ulipofanyika miaka 6 nyuma hadi leo haujaweza kufunguliwa. Watu wa Likoni hawajaanza kupata maji safi. Mpaka leo watu wa Likoni wananunua maji yanaitwa Marere kwa dumu moja kwa shilingi 40. Mimi kama mwanamke najua umuhimu wa bidhaa inayoitwa maji. Asubuhi tukiamka tukitaka kufua, waziri, tunatumia maji. Tukitaka kuenda kazini, waume zetu lazima tuwekee maji ya kuoga. Kwa hivyo naomba kwa niaba ya watu wa Likoni, Bwana Waziri, uweze kutueleza kwa nini serikali iliwekeza pesa nyingi, mradi ukafanywa, lakini mpaka leo watu wa Likoni wameshindwa kupata maji ya kunywa masafi katika mifereji yao ndani ya nyumba zao. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want the Cabinet Secretary to tell the Senate, since water is largely a devolved function, and the national government has continued to acquire loans and grants to fund water projects in the counties, what arrangements the ministry has with the county governments on the running of these projects so that we can recoup the money which the government has put in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond to the four senators.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I'll start with the last question. That is water being a devolved function, what we are doing as a ministry to make sure that the projects we do, we also get back. Honorable Speaker, we are, as a ministry, we embark on this major project, and once we finalize on their, once we complete, we give them back to the county government. What we are doing to make sure that we get back money to repay back the loans, we are selling water in bulk to WSPs, that is the water service providers that are under the county. That way is a sure way of us getting back money from them. So their work will just be to distribute, but at the point where we are releasing, they are releasing water to their counties, we are going to have meters, bulk meters, whereby we will now be charging them through that. The other question was for the Likoni water project. It's true, we did this project a while ago, but what we have not completed is the Mwache Dam. This project, we will get water from the Mwache Dam, and that way, once this dam is complete, then people of Likoni will benefit. And I can assure you, from the design, the whole of Likoni will benefit from this project. The question of the Nairobi satellite project. One, I want to correct the honorable member that there's no work that has stalled. In fact, the northern corrector, as we are talking now, is undergoing testing. But I will give also a comprehensive report and submit it to this August House. On the Keben project, this is a mega project, and the government is keen to see that this project starts. One, I want also to correct Honorable Senator that there's no money so far that has been given out. What we are doing at the moment is the designing of that project, and then we look for a contractor through the EPCF financing model. That way we'll be sure that this project, once it starts, it also ends. So work is in progress as far as the design is concerned, and soon we'll be going to the next level of sourcing for contractors through the EPCF model. Thank you.
Honorable Mario.
Also for the Boston, the Boston also we are finalizing. We already have a contractor. Now we are finalizing on the financing. So also that project will soon be starting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is on Lot 1, which is water projects. I had when he's Waziri, when he's responding, one of the delays is mobilization, which is inadequate mobilization of staff, plant, equipment, and construction material by the contractor. At the same time, the contract was extended 5 times, leading to 47 months. I'm asking, why is for extension of 5 times when the contractor is incapable? Secondly, on Lot 2, which is sewerage, I agree the contractor is on site, but Mr. Speaker, the contractor cannot do anything without consultancy. The consultancy is not on the ground. Then why not consultancy on the ground? On that, do you think that by the end of December 2025, this project can be completed? Thank you.
Honorable Sears.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the process of terminating a contractor can end up being very expensive. Therefore, before we reach that level, we usually engage the contractor until we reach that time where we cannot negotiate anymore. So that's why we were giving this contractor more time. And also, it's good for us to know that there was that COVID pandemic that really also delayed this project. We had also the master list that was also delayed from the Treasury. So all these things, we looked at all these things combined, and that's why we were always giving this contractor enough time. But after we consulted with the contractor, we saw the best way now was to terminate. On issue of the consultancy, yes, the consultant is there, and we are committing to say that before this program ends, because it's a 5-year program under the Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation, before it ends next year, this project will be complete. I submit.
We shall now move to question number 033. The Senator for Wajir County, Honorable Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my questions were 2. One is actually the Cabinet Secretary provide details of all water projects in Wajir. Wajir County budgeted for the budgeted by the national government in the financial year 2023-24, as well as those planned for 2024-25. B, what is the status of implementation for each of the said projects? And could the Cabinet Secretary also outline anticipated impacts from the projects, particularly in terms of water capacity and improving distribution of networks? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senator for that question. In response to question number A, I want to respond as follows. The ministry is implementing 16 projects in Wajir County in the financial year 2023-2024. The projects are being implemented by the Northern Waterworks Development Agency, which is a state corporation under the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation. The project name, location, cost, scope, status, and impact of the water supply are shown in Table 1 and also Annexure 1. The ministry has also proposed 5 key projects for implementation whose feasibility studies and designs are being undertaken. This is shown in Table 2, and it indicates the 5 projects that are proposed for implementation. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I should go through the table or... because there is a list of 16 projects budgeted for and being implemented in financial year 2023 and 2024.
Honorable Senators, that table has been circulated as an attachment to the response. Honorable Abbas, do you have that table with you? Good. You need not run through the table.
Okay, thank you. So on question B, Honorable Speaker, I want to respond as follows. The ministry, through Northern Waterworks Development Agency, is implementing long-term Wajir water project design, which is funded by the World Bank. Under this project, we have drilled 2 exploratory boreholes in Ademasajida and 2 exploratory boreholes in Al-Bajaham to study the characteristics of the aquifers. A new site in Saman was also proposed for 2 exploratory boreholes to increase the area of study so as to solve the problem of water in Wajir town. These exploratory boreholes will guide the study and inform the best site to get water from to Wajir town. The 16 water projects under implementation in financial year 2023-2024 have a combined budget amounting to 586 million, whereby some are complete and others are ongoing. This project, once completed, will serve 5,355 households in Wajir County. The ministry is fully aware of the water scarcity in Wajir County, and through Northern Waterworks Development Agency has developed proposals for mega dams like Butte Dam and other dams that will solve the issue of water shortage in Wajir town. Honorable Speaker, in regard to all the projects mentioned above, the scope of works, implementation status, and the expected impact of the projects to the beneficiaries are highlighted in detail in the following annexes. We have the Annex 1, which details projects being implemented in financial year 2023-2024, and Annex 2, which details the proposed projects. Honorable Speaker, I hereby bring to your attention that the biggest challenge faced by the ministry in the implementation of the above project has been the availability of exchequer releases. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I will allow the Senator Fernandez to ask question number 29. Thereafter, we will invite supplementary questions to those 2 questions, the one by Senator Abbas and the one by Senator Fernandez. Proceed. Well, according to my notes, the Senator Fernandez is supposed to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation, and so that was a mistake. So, Senator Abbas, you may proceed to ask your supplementary questions. If you do not have, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the detailed reply. I think he has given us the real statements. But one concern is that, Honorable Speaker, yes, as you attested that Wajir actually faces acute shortage, especially the Wajir township where the county headquarters is. And at times, even people go without water. And the project for Butte and this other one of Adam Masajid and all these things have been there for a long time. And I'm wondering, it has taken now almost, the one for Butte has taken now almost 10 years. It was decided during the time of sometimes 2016 or 2015. And I'm surprised. Up to now, it's actually under plan. So why is it that as much as you know, and you stated that Wajir faces acute water shortage, why is this process taking too long? What is the problem?
Proceed to respond, Honorable Sears.
Thank you very much. As I indicated earlier, we know Wajir and some other areas, so many other areas across the country have big shortage of water. So what we've done, those designs are ready. What we are doing now as a ministry is to source for funding. So you can be sure once that is done, Bute Dam is one of those that we have earmarked to make sure that they start that acute shortage of water in Wajir can be dealt with once and for all. Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has talked about exploratory boreholes, whereby they were making an attempt to study the aquifer. And ordinarily, you have a lot of dry boreholes in many other parts of the country, and that ordinarily attracts a criminal penalty. What do you still do about people who do boreholes? You have given them contracts, and they end up being dry boreholes. What is the cure? Other than your exception of just exploring, there are very many who have wasted government money. They do boreholes. What is the study, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much. It's true, we have boreholes that have ended up being dry, and that's why we are doing these exploratory boreholes, to make sure that the aquifer has enough water. At the moment, I think we are doing mapping in about 17 counties, to make sure that once we start that exercise, we are not doing guesswork. We are drilling, knowing very well that where we are doing that, we are going to get water. Thank you.
Senator Gataya, Mofaya.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka kuuliza swali kuambatana na swali la kwanza ambalo limeulizwa na mwenzangu Senator Wajir. Unajua Mheshimiwa Spika, Wajir na sehemu zingine za Tharaka Nithi siko sawa kiukame, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba, kuna watu ambao wanazungumza kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tumekuwa na waziri kwa muda mrefu na tumekubaliana mambo mengi kuhusu sehemu kame ambazo ziko Tharaka Nithi. Kuna mito mingi ambayo tulikuwa tumepanga kwamba tutakuwa na madibwi na mabawa na vile vile kuchimba visima, sana sana sehemu za Tharaka huko chini ambapo hakuna mito. Sijui kama bando, na tukaweka mikakati kwamba kuna hata watu walikuja wakapima visima, na ni kama sasa tumemaliza mwaka moja, hatujaona kama kuna mipango yote ya serikali. Sijui kama mipango iliachanishwa ama bado mipango iko, na sijui ni mikakati gani ambayo wizara yako imetia kuona kwamba wale watu ambao ukienda sehemu kama za Gatunga huko Marawa, watu wakati mwingi sana wanatumia maji na wanyama. Unapata mnyama anakunywa maji, binadamu vile vile anakuja na kunywa.
Senator, what is your question?
Swali langu Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba waziri anajua vizuri kwamba huko ni sehemu ambazo ni kame. So tulikuwa tumekubaliana kwamba kutachimbwa visima. Wizara yako waziri inafanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu wamepata visima na watu wamepata maji safi ya kunywa sehemu hizo za Tharaka, especially hizo sehemu za Gatunga na mahali kwingine huko ambapo kuna ukame?
Senator Bone. Honorable CS, just give us a while. As you collect your thoughts on the question by Mofaya, allow Senator Boni to also pose a question.
Mr. Speaker, mine is a general issue on policy. Minister, the issue of water in arid and semi-arid areas has been addressed by the Constitution of Kenya through Equalization Fund. Could you tell the country how you intend to use the Equalization Fund, which this House has now unlocked, to ensure that these little questions that are coming from counties of arid and semi-arid areas benefit from that fund?
Honorable CS, you may proceed.
Well, thank you very much. We start with the Honorable Senator Kaloli's question on the issue of equalization fund. Honorable Senator, you are aware that this fund does not go through the ministry, goes through the county government. So what we should do is to engage the county government and see how they can use that fund to help on matters water. So we don't, actually, as a ministry, we don't have control of that. But this is an engagement that you can have with the county government and see how, since we are working together, see how we can use that fund to advance water in various counties. Kuhusu mambo ya Tharaka Nithi na maji, Mheshimiwa Senator, kama nilivyokuwa nimesema hapo awali, kuna sehemu, kuna counties ambazo tunafanya mapping kuona kwamba ili tuweze kuchimba haya mabwawa ya maji. Kwa hivyo, what we are doing, Tharaka Nithi and other dry areas are some of the counties that we have mapped out, so that once we realize they have enough water underground, then we can engage and go ahead and sink those boreholes. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo ambayo tunafanya kama wizara kuona kwamba sehemu zile ambazo ni kame tunafanya mapping tuone ni wapi kuna maji ili tuweze kuchimba maji yale. I submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable CS. We will terminate there as far as the CS water is concerned. We shall now move to question number 029 and 046 directed to the CS Mining and Blue Economy. Thank you so much, Honorable CS, for making time to come to the plenary for purpose of responding to questions. Clerk, you may usher in the CS Mining.
Usipitie hapa, usipitie huko.
How are you? Leta usipitie hapa. Leta usipitie hapa.
Honorable Senators, let's transact business. I can see the CS is now in the House. So welcome the CS for mining, fisheries and blue economy to the Senate. And thank you for getting time to appear before the Senate to answer a few questions from the Honorable Senators. Therefore, Honorable Senators, we start off with question number 029 from the Senator for Nandi County, Samson Chalgei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coincidentally, Nandi is 029. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 029 to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. So, Speaker, my questions are as follows. What is the current status of gold mine activities at Kareba Gold Mine in Chamase, Nandi County? Number 2, what is the total amount of money paid as royalties to the government for gold mine activities as said gold mine, and could the Cabinet Secretary provide a breakdown of how these funds have been shared between national government, respectively, and county government and local communities, respectively? Number 3, Mr. Speaker, or Part C, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a timeline for the processing of all current applications for mining permits and licenses, and explain the regulatory framework governing artisanal mining in Kenya? Mr. Speaker, finally, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all companies issued with mineral or mining rights currently operating in the country, and state the total revenue collected from the exports of minerals from the financial year 2022-2023 up to this financial year of 2023, 2024 and 2024-2025. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. CS, you can now respond to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the Senate. Thank you for the opportunity. I will go straight to do a statement on the questions that have been raised. First of all, the issue of Karebe Gold Mining. Karebe Gold Mining Limited was first issued with a mining location and a prospecting license number 264 under the Defunct Mining Act, Cap 306, on the 15th of April 2009. The company applied for the renewal of the mining location in 2016, but they did not meet the requirements of Section 124 of the Mining Act 2016 on award of a mining permit. The company applied for a mining license on 1st of April 2021 of an area covering 78.8 hectares and valid for 25 years. The mining license is granted over the existing prospecting license number 264. Section 182 of the Mining Act requires a holder of the mineral right, a mineral dealer's license holder, shall pay fees or charges as prescribed in regulations. Section 183(1) requires mineral rights holder to pay royalty to the state in respect of various minerals mined at rates prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary. Currently, the company is engaged in active mining operations as per the section and the mining rights that we gave. B of that question, which sought to provide response to the amount of money paid so far. The royalty remitted to the government from 2015 to date is detailed as follows. In the year 2015-2016, they paid 30 million, 11,536. 16-17, they paid 33.7 million. 17-18, they paid 49.047 million. 18-19, they paid 31.2 million. 19-20, they paid 53.6. 2020 to 2021, they paid 18.3 million. 21-22, they paid 89.5 million. 22-23, they paid 123.1 million. And 23-24, they paid 113 million. So the total is 541, 757, 858 million paid so far by Karebe Mining Company. Part C of that question requires us to provide a response on the sharing between national and county governments. And I want to thank this House also for making sure that they passed the Additional Grants Act, which basically provided a schedule for sharing of royalties. The sharing of royalty revenue derived from mining activities is governed by Section 183 of the Mining Act 2016, which mandates a distribution ratio of 70-20-10 to the national government, county government, and communities where mining operations are situated respectively. The government has budgeted 2.9 billion in this financial year to be paid to the counties as part of 20% of mineral royalty collected for the period 2016 to 2022. The 20% share for Nandi County for the period 2016 to 2022 amounts to 55,110,900 and will be disbursed to the county revenue account by the National Treasury before the end of this financial year. The delay in disbursing the community share of the collected royalties stems from the absence of a regulatory framework governing mineral royalty sharing to communities. However, substantial progress has been achieved in establishing this framework. The relevant regulation has undergone prerequisite procedural scrutiny and is currently under review by the delegated parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to add here that since the law came into effect in 2016, there has not been sharing of mineral royalties. This is the first time, and we have therefore consolidated sharing from 2016 to 2022. However, right now we are working with various investors to ensure that they are prompt in the disbursements. And if you look at the schedule we have provided for Karebe, you will find that the amounts have continuously increased because we have also provided other mechanisms to enforce. Part number D of that question about timelines for applications. Section 191 of the Mining Act requires establishment and maintenance of an up-to-date computerized mining cadastre and registry system of mineral rights. The register is an online public document that can be accessed at any time via the portal that I have provided. As at 30th April, the State Department for Mining had received 1,739 applications for various mineral rights and dealership, trading and processing as follows. I have tabulated there the column for prospecting licenses, which have been granted, 12 of them, prospecting permits, mining licenses, mining permits, trading licenses, processing, and we have a total there of 177. One of the things that is clear from the table is that some of the applications are being returned and deferred because they have not met the requirements of the law. So applications submitted through the online mining cadastre are evaluated, processed and decided upon following the first come, first served principle, as well as administratively prioritized based on their potential for significant capital injection into the economy. Part E of that question, artisanal mining is recognized by Section 95 of the Mining Act as a form of mining. The law protects and provides for several rights under the category artisanal mining, artisanal prospecting permits, artisanal prospecting mining, and dealership permits. Further, the law establishes artisanal mining committees in every county with the chairmanship reserved for a representative of the county governor and with membership across the stakeholders and association of artisanal miners in the county. The ministry has so far gazetted 24 artisanal mining committees across the country, with more expected to be gazetted in the coming days. These committees advise the representative of the ministry at the county level on licensing for artisanal operations, artisanal permits, and other regulatory issues around artisanal operations in the country. To actualize the aspiration of the Mining Act, the ministry developed the Artisanal Mining Committee Manual to, among others, provide greater clarity on the interactions between Artisanal Committee and the Cabinet Secretary. This framework operates under the guidance of Section 56 of the Mining Act 2016, which mandates that mineral rights applications be reviewed, processed, and determined on a first-come, first-served basis. The workflow for processing the artisanal mining permit applications, we have actors there, representative of the Director of Mines, Artisanal Mining Committee, Director of Mines, and then Cabinet Secretary. Part 2, the artisanal mining permit processing flow. Once an application is received in the online mining cadastre, the licensing officer in the region receives and checks for the accuracy and completeness of the application, documents, and then prepares an evaluation brief. The evaluation brief is submitted to the representative of the Director of Mines. B, the representative of the Director of Mines then submits the evaluation brief to the AMC for evaluation. Part C.
Honorable CS, I want to help you a bit because I can see you have a very comprehensive response. The honorable member, maybe you will go through this, your brief, especially on the processing workflow, and also to check the list of the companies that have provided, which have mining licenses, so that we can make progress, Senator Chalgei. This information is very flowing, so maybe instead of reading all these companies from number 1 up to the last one, maybe you can have a look at the permits issued, and if you have any issue or any other member, can maybe ask as a supplementary so that we can make progress. Maybe I'm advising because of the response, if there is anything that we feel. Yeah, you will just say that. I want him now to say the companies as he has submitted the list up to that level. Yes, proceed.
Okay, so I stand guided, Mr. Speaker, because I thought I needed to bring on board the details to the House. But since they are there with clarity, I think I concur with you that we can make reference. However, the statement is very clear on the flow of the artisanal mining permits. And then part F, we have listed the companies that have mining rights and are operating across the country. Maybe the only other thing I want to say about the artisanal mining, Mr. Speaker, is that right now we have decided to register the artisanal mining across the country into cooperative societies, so they are no longer going to be registered as individuals, because we know we have around 1 million individuals in the country who are doing artisanal mining. So we have come up with a framework to register them as cooperative societies so that they can access training, they can also access funding. And currently we have 240 artisanal mining cooperatives across the country. So I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so after that list, Senator Chalgei, do you have any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I can ask one for now and then allow my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and brother, Governor Waziri Vuria, which we have worked closely before with him. So, Speaker, on the state of mining, I wanted to find out from him. I've seen in his opening remarks, and I'm happy he went an extra mile of providing more details to the House, and this is important. I wanted to find out from him the status of, Mr. Speaker, the status of the carry the issue, this revival of the fluorspar mining in Elgeyo Marakwet County, in Kimwarer, Mr. Speaker. What is the status in the revival, noting that the revival of fluorspar mining in Elgeyo Marakwet County will revive economy in that area, Mr. Speaker? And I know you know this country very well. Since Kerio Valley, fluorspar mining in Elgeyo Marakwet has been shut down, it has affected the economy of Elgeyo Marakwet County and by extension North Rift. So I would want Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary to give the status report on the revival of this very important and key driving economic in the North Rift. That will be my first supplementary question. I'll beg to defer the rest until members have asked.
Honorable CS, you can respond to the Kerio Valley issue for mining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members. One, I want to say that the revival of fluorspar mining is not just a revival. We have a comprehensive policy that we are now developing on mineral value addition and processing. Our aim is to stop the export of raw materials out of our country. And therefore, we decided to zone the country depending on the potential. So, for example, in Elgeyo Marakwet, we have successfully identified an investor who will initially put 4.8 billion. And I'm happy that we have now received concurrence from the office of the AG in terms of how we develop the contract. And therefore, any time we should be planning for groundbreaking of this investment. Related to that, Mr. Speaker, is gold processing, where we have also an investor in Western region who will initially put 5.8 billion in Kakamega. And also in Vihiga, we have granite processing at 2.5 billion. All these three have already been processed. We have already identified the investors, and we are finalizing the paperwork, and then we go to the ground, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Senator Manzo Daniel. Senator Sega, I can't see your intervention. Or,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to congratulate Governor Waziri Mvurya for coming up with the idea of cooperatives to manage mining in the whole country, and it be regionalized and work with the county governments. This be also a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, would go a long way to help Kenyans realize their potential in mining. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask him about copper in Makueni County, a place called Kabonzweni, precisely Kiangini, where he visited recently, and some unlicensed company was exploiting these allegedly copper deposits. What is the current status of that mineral? For no further action has been taken since he came to Makueni. Did he close it down? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
CS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, and Mheshimiwa Manzo, thank you very much for the question on copper. I want to say that, first of all, we have dichotomized the minerals into industrial and construction, and copper falls within the 14 minerals that we have zoned as strategic. And what we are doing generally with strategic minerals, we have sent our teams on the ground to finalize the ground truthing, and by June 30th, we will have covered 24 counties. On copper specifically, the potential in our country is very huge and very inspiring. All the way from Chulu Hills, Kathonzweni, where I visited, part of Kitui North, and part of Taraka, areas around Kithiori, has good potential for copper. And what we are doing now is we are also working with several investors who have made application. But as I said earlier, we don't want investments that are going to take away our raw material. We want investments that are going to also take care of the value chain. So right now we are in that process, Mheshimiwa. And away from that, we are dealing firmly with illegal mining across the country. It's only that the weather has not been conducive in other areas. But if they are illegal miners of copper, we should be clamping on them anytime. But the process that we are taking is to make sure that we don't just entice investments in mining, but we also look at value addition. And that is where we are, Mheshimiwa. Thank you.
Next is Senator Seki Lenku or Kanar.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also congratulate the Cabinet Secretary for comprehensive and detailed answers to several questions, particularly on the questions from Honorable Charagay. I wanted to further ask questions in regards to the mining regulations 2017, as you indicated, particularly on the sharing of counties and communities sharing. And I would really want to know more about the delay of the policy or regulations on the community. Honorable CS, you remember very well that I asked that question some times back, and the issue was you're still on the plan to do regulations for communities to benefit from the 10% as indicated in the regulation. Honorable CS, I would really want to know the timelines that you may give us as this House on when are we going to benefit, because communities are suffering. The investors are coming in, they are doing a lot of destructions on their land, and they're not benefiting. And yet the national government has received the entire amount of the 100% of loyalties. And now the ministry has not given the communities these monies. Otherwise, I would also want to know if it will be given on arrears by the time you will have done with the policy or the regulations to give the communities the 10% amount. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. And thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senator from Kajiado, for the supplementary question. And I want to say that these regulations on 10%, we actually have made very good progress, because we had our first submission, which was returned by JLAC with some comments. And now we've resubmitted to the Attorney General. I also want to allay your fears about the lost funds. This money is ring-fenced, so we don't see a situation where you will lose, because even the 2.9 billion, 20% to county governments, is a consolidation from 2016. So I want to assure you that we will expedite the process going forward to make sure that we have this concluded. Away from that, we also work with the investors in the various areas to establish the community development agreement committees who receive 1% of the revenue of the investor to basically also do their community projects around their region. So we are on top of things, and I want to assure this House that we should be concluding the framework for 10% very soon.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first commend this minister who's before us. He's very much at home with his ministry and the issues therein. Many times there are ministers who come here and when they are asked supplementary questions over and above what they are prepared for, they float and disappear, Mr. Speaker. But Waziri Mining, good friend Governor Mvurya, has responded. Question, Mr. Speaker, is with regards to a very topical issue under his docket, and that is the issue of an influx of illegal miners who are taking advantage of our various communities who perhaps don't understand the kind of either minerals that are being traded in, or because of poverty, Mr. Speaker, when somebody shows up at your doorsteps and you didn't have nothing and they offer you very little resources, you accept despite the fact that they don't meet the legal procedures that are set out. And we have passed laws in this House, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the individual who owns the land, or if it's for purposes of communal land, Mr. Speaker, the community as well as the county benefits from the resources that are in that particular county. Mr. Speaker, there are various parts of this country that have been flagged as red hot spots for illegal miners, Mr. Speaker. What is the plan of the government, or what are they doing about this particular issue so that you ensure that this industry develops and becomes a significant contributor to our GDP, because it has a potential, Mr. Speaker, to help us, Mr. Speaker. In fact, instead of the many battles that the administration is having trying to teach or acquaint Kenyans with the concept of paying taxes, this is an industry that we can grow and can help us, Mr. Speaker, to reduce our debt exposure and as well as meet our obligations as a government, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, but all that effort is being undermined by illegal miners that are spread across the country, in various parts of the country, Kilgoris, Migori, Savo, and so many other places that you could name. What are they doing about that particular issue? Finally, Mr. Speaker, is just to find out whether also they have strengthened the expertise and the knowledge of our officers who are on our border points, who check on the minerals that are leaving this country, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know, somebody explained to me that some of these minerals, the ones that he's mentioning, are not known, or you cannot easily trace with your naked eye. And therefore, there is expertise that is needed. Knowing very well this country and how our fellow countrymen behave, Mr. Speaker, I will not be surprised if somebody will pass even rare earths that has been put in a sack and sign them off as kokoto or anything, Mr. Speaker, either out of ignorance or they've been motivated otherwise to look the other way. Therefore, how intense is the scrutiny on the border points where these minerals leave the country? And what is the assurance to this House, Mr. Speaker, that enough is being done to ensure that this country does not lose on the mineral trade that it engages itself in? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable CS, those two supplementary questions, maybe you handle them together.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. And I want to also thank Honorable Majority Leader for the comprehensive nature of the supplementary question. I want to take this opportunity and in this House to assure Kenyans that the reforms that we are doing in the State Department of Mining are bearing fruits. And one of the key reforms that we are bringing forward is the reform on decisive clamping of illegal mining activities across the country. Last year in October, the Cabinet passed a resolution to establish a mining police unit, which I want to report to this House that we have received. Now all the officers have reported. We have done orientation so they can understand the mining law and mining issues. And one of the things we have done, Mr. Speaker, is that there was a very big mining area in Marsabit, in Dabel, which has now been closed because of the issues of illegal mining. We have also closed the Koru in Isiolo. And the last 2 weeks or so, our officers were in Migori, Siaya, and Narok. And they were able to close all the illegal mining operations in that county, in those counties. Further than that, Mr. Speaker, we have recommended deportation of some of the international investors who are doing illegal mining. They did not have papers. They did not have anything to work in Kenya. So we have recommended to our other colleagues to make sure that they do thorough investigation and deport them out of Kenya. The process of clamping on illegal mining is ongoing. We have a timetable. We went low a bit because of the weather, but with the weather improving, we will continue to do the same across the country. And we are not just doing closure of mines. We also encourage investors to operate within the legal framework, to apply, so that we can give them proper licenses. So I want to assure this House that we are bringing order in this particular sector. But I know, having had a lot of time where licenses were not being applied because of moratorium, the challenge of illegal mining is bigger. But I want to assure you that we will make sure that we arrest this particular challenge. The other issue that has been raised is an issue of testing and sampling. Testing and sampling is part of the reforms that we are carrying out in the sector, and we have decided that we need to upgrade our mining labs across the country. And one of the labs we have to upgrade is Madini to international certification, but we have also created 9 new regions where we will be putting up testing and sampling centers, so that then we don't have people coming up with fake minerals. And I agree with the Honorable Majority Leader, you cannot identify minerals by the way they look. You have to test. In some areas like Embu, in an area called Indarawe, there has been a lot of mining of coltan. And the locals were being told this is kokoto. You know, so a lot of people were smuggling these minerals. But now we have put order, and we have actually employed 167 new staff that will be posting to the various parts of the country. We've already posted officers at the port of Mombasa. We have also sent equipment so that they can test whatever is submitted through the port of Mombasa. And we are also working on the other entry points of our country to curb mineral smuggling. The cabinet also approved mineral smuggling as an economic crime. So at least you can see the seriousness of the government in curbing all these vices that happen in the mining sector. So I submit, Mr. Speaker, because you know when I speak matters mining, I can take you through a lot of other details.
Thank you, yes. Next is Senator Mboni Karware.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, according to the statistics from the State Department on Economic Planning, mining contributes 120.3 billion shillings per annum to our GDP. It is not acceptable that with this kind of fortune, our people from the gold mining area still wallow in poverty. In Kwale, in Kakamega, in Taita Taveta, in Nyatige, Migori, everywhere. It's not acceptable. And Mr. Minister, you know for a fact that the various licenses that you have described from the podium there is the license of prospecting. We have unscrupulous companies to which your department grants the prospecting license, but they actually come to do mining. A case in point is in Kakamega, where Shanta Gold has been prospecting, Mr. Speaker, for 21 years. Prospecting for 21 years. And 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kakamega came together and refused that Shanta Gold must go or start mining. They disappeared. And all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, in the recent months and weeks, we've seen re-entry of Shanta Gold. Could it be that, Mr. Speaker, the minister means to say that you have given Shanta Gold in the name of investing 5.8 billion in Kakamega, where I was born and brought, educated and live and do bullfighting? There is no such investment, because if it was, it would be on plot 1269, Isukham Komari, which is my land, where there is gold. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg the minister, please come to Kakamega. There is a time bomb now. The locals have had enough of Shanta Gold. They have money. They influence some of the people at your department, and they get away with it. Protect us. We want the people of Ikolomani to enjoy their God-given resource. We are rich, richer than many counties in this country. Mr. Speaker, I beg the minister, I beg you. You come from Kwale, where there's coal mining. Poverty there is too high, just like in Kakamega. Let us do something together so that our people can enjoy minerals the way people in Dubai enjoy the oil that they mine in Dubai. I want to see Dubai in Kakamega because we have the money. Research has confirmed. Minister, it's not a question, it's a cry. Please take charge. Some of our local leaders, some of them elected, are working in cohorts with these people who are exploiting the commonwealth of the people of Kakamega.
Thank you, Bonnie. I give you some time because I can see you are talking for the plight of the people in Kakamega. That is why I give you time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can cry, but I don't want to cry. Because how can we be burying people in golden graves, digging toilets in golden areas, and then we don't become rich? We bury our dead in gold.
Let's help the Kakamega community. Honorable CS, help this member from Kakamega County. Honorable CS.
Thank you very much. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senator is very right to be emotional, about the riches on the ground and the poverty on land. It is a very important passion that we recognize. So I hear you, Honorable Senator, and I'm aware that, Mr. Speaker, there's a comprehensive question that has been put forward on the issue of gold in Ikolomani, which we will come here again to provide you a lot of details. But for the time being, what I want to say is that gold mining in Western Kenya, and Shanta in particular, which has been there for quite some time, we have also given them notice that they cannot continue to do prospecting. They have to begin mining. Secondly, the 5.8 billion that will be doing groundbreaking soon, the investor is different. It's not Shanta. It's a different investor. And then apart from the artisanal mining that is happening there, we want to work to make sure that we also have formidable investments, that can sustain the gold refinery activities that we should be able to begin soon. So going forward, I want to assure the House that we are now very keen. I'm aware that before our regime now, before this administration, there has been a lot of malpractices on the issue of licensing, which we have now addressed. And that is why, if we gave you the number of licenses that we have cancelled, there are very many, and some we are even removing from the system. So I want to assure the House that even though we have a situation report, a baseline, which everybody talks about, but we are now going to better days, where minerals will be beneficial to Kenyans. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that we have quite a number of initiatives that we will be working with this House to ensure that we continuously update our regulations, we update our policies, and we work together, because most of these business people who are doing all these malpractices, they also have local agents. And that is why right now we have decided even to deport some of them so that they can set a good example, and then we begin to breathe fresh air in this particular sector. So I want to assure you, Mheshimiwa, first of all, we will visit Ikolomani. I'm not sure we will visit your plot, but when you invite us for Ingoho, we can visit. But basically, we want to comprehensively work on the potential for gold in Western Kenya, in Kakamega, Vihiga, in Siaya, in Migori, in Homa Bay, so that we can have a central point where, a value addition can take place. And already the response is very good. There are a number of investors who would wish to do gold refinery investments in various parts of our country. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. Let's now go on expedition to West Pokot. Senator Mulgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank the Minister too for eloquent presentation and answering to the questions. My question is about how devolved the ministry is to the ground such that their presence is felt and guiding the locals as to even what they have on their grounds, and then helping them in identifying and working with potential miners or people that are interested in whatever minerals they have, because West Pokot, for one, I'm sure has a lot of minerals, very rich, but yet the locals don't know what is there. And if an investor comes in pretense that they are just, finding out, they wouldn't know. And they might, be getting out good goodies, but the locals don't know. So how much are you devolved, or do you plan to be devolved? Part of my second question is, how can you protect locals and their lands from miners who excavate and just leave open holes and open places that become dangerous, either by collecting water and become pools and children can drown, or things like that? Thank you.
CS, Honorable CS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. on the issue of devolving the mining sector. First of all, I want to bring the House to speed that previously we have had a very big challenge on staffing. And we divided the country into 19 regions, but we didn't have staff on the ground. But right now we are employing 368 new staff. We've done 167. And next month we are doing the final batch. That's the first point. Secondly, we have artisanal mining committees across the country. We have actually now gazetted 24. And these artisanal mining committees are responsible to make sure that they look at the issues of licensing and compliance at that level. The other thing we are doing in terms of making sure that there's clarity on issues of mining is that once we post the new staff, then we also attach them to the respective county government and the county national coordination officers so that they can also bring to speed on issues of mining in those regions. The PS has been leading a team in most of the regions to do training of artisanal mining committees and other institutions like the cooperatives to make sure that they are up to speed with issues of law. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing is during the application process, we have been very open and very emphatic on issues of consent. And consent given by landowners, by communities, has also to be confirmed by the local county leadership so that then communities cannot be exploited. On matters of handling the risk issues, environment and many others, we have developed mining and safety regulations that guide the mining operations on the ground. And more importantly, every applicant who is doing mining, they also have to submit an environmental management plan, which we strictly follow to make sure that they rehabilitate the areas that mining has taken place. I also understand the Honorable Senator, because of a previous history, there are open mines in many areas. But I want to assure you that with the regulations and the enforcement, we want to say that all investors will rehabilitate and regenerate all the mining areas as a post-mining activity. And that is what we want to emphasize as we move on with the post-mining. For example, in Kwale County, we have a post-mining team that is looking at all the issues of environment and all issues related to post-mining use of the land. I also want to confirm what the Honorable Senator has said. It is true in some counties, people might not be aware of the existence of certain minerals, and that is why we have sent our teams for ground truthing. And the good thing with West Pokot is that it is part of the 6 counties where coltan has been confirmed. You know, in areas like Alale in West Pokot, in Kiritiri, in Embu, in Kora Wells, Tana River, in Turkana, in Loima, and also in Samburu, an area called Nachola. So West Pokot is one of the areas we are very keen on making sure that you are able to realize the inspiration of the county economy through the discovery of coltan in that area. So we'll be working together with the leadership and everybody to ensure that there is benefit to the minerals in West Pokot County. I humbly submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, CS. Honorable Senators, I want to give guidance after the last supplementary from Senator Onyonka. I will request Senator Milaj to ask a question, then we can combine if there will be any other supplementary question as we wind up. So, Senator Onyonka, Kichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see the CS and Governor where he's sitting, but I'm sure he's hearing me. First thing I would like to say, Bwana Governor, I sincerely appreciate, because I knew you when you were the governor of Kwale County. And I have always found you to be a person of integrity, credibility, and a person who really serves well. And I'm not disappointed that since you were appointed as a CS, you've actually very quietly, very slowly been figuring out what the issues are. So I thank you for maintaining that kind of dignity to your office. The second issue I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that the CS may not know, but when the president came to Kisii, one of the announcements, it was a very interesting debate, one of the announcements that came was that the local leadership was trying to ask him what to do with the soapstone material that is available in Kisii at a place called South Mugirango Tabaka. Mr. Speaker, what then happened after that is that the county government, and the president's comment was that he was suggesting that the soapstone should not be mined out of Kisii County, and he was in fact recommending and saying, can you get whoever that is interested in that soapstone to then bring in the equipment and the machinery so that we can process the materials from the ground, so that you create value addition, so that then you can add value and make sure the people of Kisii benefit from this soapstone. Mr. Speaker, what has actually happened in Kisii is that the Chinese companies are now collecting the soapstone and shipping it to China. All right, and that is something that is really sad for us, and I wanted to ask whether the minister can follow up on this matter, since it was a presidential directive, and find out why we are still mining our soapstone and it is only available in Kisii and in Brazil. And it is an important stone. Many people, Mr. Speaker, are now beginning to realize that actually that's a very unique stone, because what the Chinese are doing is taking it and taking it to China and hardening it and selling it to Italy and the US for the very wealthy, very, very wealthy developers. The second issue I wanted to raise, I mean, as an addendum, Mr. Speaker, I know it's just one question. It's an addendum. I wanted to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that if there is anything the CS would have done for our country, please do special planning on where all our minerals are, do an audit for that, so that if an investor wants to come, for example, to Kisii, and they want a soapstone, they can just get online and they know what it is, and you give the conditions and terms on how they engage. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I really wanted to say that, Waziri, congratulations for the excellent work you're doing, and we hope that our people will benefit from whatever you're doing. Thank you, sir.
Let me get just 1 minute. One supplementary from Senator Mwenda, brief one. Just a minute, CS. You combine, and then Senator Chelgei, you ask a supplementary, we close that question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Na ningependa kutoa shukrani zangu za dhati kwa waziri kwa sababu amedhihirisha ufasaha na ustandi wa hali ya juu katika wizara yake, na vile vile kwa maswali ya ziada ambayo labda amekuja hata kabla hajatayarisha, lakini ameonyesha kwamba akona ustandi wa kutosha. Waziri, unakumbuka juzi kwamba kama miezi 6 iliyopita ulisafiri mpaka Tharaka, na nimesikia ukitaja pahali panaitwa Kithioli, lakini isipokuwa umetaja kwa juu. Ulisafiri mpaka pahali panaitwa Maragwa. Maragwa iko Tharaka North, na vile vile ukasafiri mpaka Kithioli. Kithioli iko na historia mrefu sana ya madini, na watu wa Tharaka mpaka wa sasa hawajapata ripoti kuhusu safari yako. Ni nini mliona? ni nini mmepanga kufanyia watu ya Tharaka, kama haya madini yako na umuhimu wote wa kiuchumi, na ni mikakati gani ambayo watu wanatazamia kuona, kwa sababu kumekuwa na walaghai. Juzi kumekuwa na walaghai walikuja pale bila hata idhini ya viongozi wa kisiasa na wakafurushwa. Kwa hivyo waziri, tungependa kujua, watu wa Tharaka wangependa kujua wizara yako inafanya juhudi gani kuhakikisha kwamba yale madini yako Tharaka, sehemu za Kithioli, sehemu za Marawa na mahali popote pengine pale Tharaka. Wizara inafanya nini kuona kwamba yale madini yanafaidi watu wa Tharaka? Na walaghai vile vile mnafanya juhudi gani kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu ambao ni walaghai, ambao ni wanapora watu, matajiri, mabwanyenye, wanakuja pale wanachimba madini na wanaacha watu wakiwa maskini? Hebu tangaza, toa taarifa kamili, utuambie ni juhudi gani kama wizara mnafanya kuhakikisha kwamba haya madini yanafaidi watu wa Tharaka, na kama yako na hao walaghai mnawataka kuwafanyia nini? Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nashukuru sana waziri ametoa taarifa kuhusiana na swala ya Kerebe, masuala ya dhahabu kule. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sijui kama waziri anajua kaunti ya Nandi ndio inatoa dhahabu mingi sana katika taifa letu kuliko kaunti zingine. Swali langu Mheshimiwa Speaker, ikifungamana na hayo, nataka niulize waziri, anajua kuna familia ambao walikuwa na tatizo na wale wawekezaji ambao walikuwa wameenda pale Chemase. Sijui kwa nini waziri ajiangazia hayo, na kunajua familia walikuwa na shida mingi kuhusiana na wawekezaji na zile mashamba ambazo zilikuwa zimechukuliwa na hao wawekezaji ambao walitaka kuchimba migodi ya dhahabu pale katika Chemelil Chemase. Nataka nimuulize, na pale Kaborokin ambao ni eneo bunge la Tindred na eneo bunge la Aldai, waziri, ni juhudi gani umefanya kuhakikisha hizo familia wamepata ridhaa kwa kutoa mashamba yao? Na unajua kuna kesi kadhaa ambazo siko katika mahakama zetu za ulalamishi ambaye kiongozi ya walio wengi alikuwa ameguzia kuhusiana masuala ya shamba, ambao wawekezaji ambao ni mikora wanatumia ujanja fulani kuhakikisha zile wanaandikishana taarifa na familia ambazo huenda baadaye wasipate haki yao. Nataka nimuulize waziri, ingawa ametoa tu taarifa kuanzia mwaka 2021, ajiangazia yale shida ambazo familia kadhaa zinapitia pale. Mheshimiwa Speaker, asante sana.
Thank you. We'll have the CS respond to those, and then Senator Miraj, you can prepare for your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and honorable members, for the comprehensive supplementary questions. I want to begin by responding to the question that has been asked by Honorable Senator Richard Onyonka, and thank you very much for the compliments about the profile. I want to assure you, Honorable Senator, and the House, that the directives that were given after your meeting in Kisii are now in my office. So I'm very much aware about the issue of the soapstone. And what we have done is we've just concluded a feasibility study, on the soapstone in Kisii. And we are now working on to identify potential investors. What I would request we work together with the Kisii leadership is identifying areas where we can put these investments. And I think we should be working with you outside the House to ensure that we realize this dream. I'm aware that we have had other business people who have been working illegally, Some of them we've already stopped, and the process continues. So soapstone is very critical, and it is one of the flagships that we will be profiling in Kisii County. So we'll be working together on that. The second question by Honorable Senator Mwenda from Tharaka, it is true. I visited Kithiori, Maragua, and you know, when we went to Kithiori, we were able to look at iron ore in that area. But more importantly, we also have discovered deposits of lithium. And the reason we have not made an announcement is because we have sent a team to Tharaka to look at the key strategic minerals, lithium being one of them. It is among the 24 counties that we should be saying something at the close of June. You know, when we have critical confirmations on what is on the ground. And also for the record is that we have a report which identified 970 minerals occurrences across the country. Some of the occurrences are viable, some are not. So we continue to confirm as we go along and prioritize the minerals also as we look at more on strategic minerals. So we continue with this process, and we should be making announcements as we go along. Swali lingine la Mheshimiwa Cherargei ameuliza na Kiswahili. Sasa nafikiri nitajaribu pia yale yanawezekana niseme kwa Kiswahili. Mheshimiwa Spika na waheshimiwa maseneta, ni kweli kwamba hii kampuni ya Karebe imefanya kazi Nandi kwa muda mrefu, na katika wizara tuna ufahamu mkubwa kwamba kuna familia ambao wanatafuta haki, na haki hizi zingine ziko mahakamani, na tunaendelea, kuna kesi zinaendelea. Pengine ile tu ningesema viongozi wa Nandi na haswa Mheshimiwa Senator tusaidiane, ni kwamba hii tuwe na msimamo moja, kwa sababu saa zingine pale ofisini kwangu ninapata kundi moja linasema sisi tuko sawa. Ikifika saa 8 unapata kundi lingine wanapinga. Kwa hivyo sasa imekuwa ni mtafaruku wa mambo, lakini ni swala ambalo liko kotini, na saa ingine pia koti iliamua tuweze kuandaa komiti ya upatanishi. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea na hilo. Nafikiri pia tutaweza kushirikiana na nyinyi viongozi wa Nandi ili haki iweze kupatikana. Kwa hivyo nafikiri nataka tu kuhakikishia bunge la Seneti kwamba tuna mwafaka zaidi, tuna ufahamu, na tunaendelea kufuatilia jambo hili la haki za wananchi ambao wako sehemu ya Karebe, Nandi County. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you. We now move on to Senator Miraj. After.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question number 046A to the CS is, what progress has the ministry made in the development of policy and legal framework for blue economy in Kenya? Thank you.
Yes, you can ask all of them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the disbursement of the cash 1 billion under the Investing in Women in the Blue Economy in Kenya project, IIW BEC, by the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund, IECF, funded by the Department of Global Affairs Canada, JICA, and also indicates the number of women-led farms that have benefited under this program? C, could the Cabinet Secretary also clarify if the ministry has a policy on women in blue economy space, considering that they contribute up to 60% of labor force in the fisheries sector? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
CS.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honorable members. This question has different parts, and even though we have provided a detailed statement, I will also give an overview of the responses from the State Department of Fisheries and Blue Economy. Blue economy, we began discussing blue economy comprehensively after the 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference, which was advancing, blue economy and its role in the economic development of our country. And since then, there have been a lot of efforts, multi-sectoral, that have brought on board several efforts, regulations, and policy to ensure that we harness our full potential in the blue economy sector. The Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, through the State Department, has initiated and developed policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional reforms in the sector that include, first of all, reviewing the national oceans and fisheries policy. And during the consultation with stakeholders, it was proposed that the name be changed to the Kenya Fisheries Policy to enable the inland waters to be incorporated into the policy. The Cabinet considered and approved the Kenya Fisheries Policy on the 19th of April 2023. Secondly, developing the National Blue Economy Strategy. We have already validated, the National Blue Economy Strategy through our stakeholders forum. However, there are quite a number of comments that came, and we are now plugging them in so that we can finalize on the National Blue Economy Strategy. The key facets of this particular strategy is to ensure that we are able to unbundle blue economy into the key sectors and provide guidance for all players, be it national and international NGOs, county governments, and whoever wants to work in blue economy to be able to get guidance. So we are on course now with finalizing the policy. We also have the National Aquaculture Policy, which is under review, policy of 2011. We are also reviewing it. We are also reviewing the Tuna Management and Development Strategy 2013 to 2018, which is an ongoing process. And the ministry is also coordinating an entire relook at the Indian Ocean, where we want to do a marine spatial plan and also a spatial plan around Lake Victoria. Both efforts have already received approval from the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, allow me to just add one point on issues of spatial plan. If you go to Lake Victoria today, you will find that it is very difficult to navigate because of cage fishing and many activities that happen in the lake. So the Lake Victoria spatial plan will basically make sure that our 6% occupation of Lake Victoria is properly planned, so that we know where we do landing sites, we know where we can invest in other marine activities, but right now navigating Lake Victoria is a big challenge. So the Lake Victoria spatial plan will be very critical to anchor our investment plan in the lake. The same way, if you look at the Indian Ocean, we are going to do the marine spatial plan because we need to plan where we do small ports. We need to plan where we do landing sites. We need to plan where we do conservation. And for the record also, which might be of interest to Honorable Mungatana, if you go to the Indian Ocean, for example, you will find there's this area called Ungwana Bay, which basically covers Sabaki and where Tana River also enters the ocean. Now, that space, which we call Ungwana Bay, is very critical for shrimp investment because the estuary and the habitat and the warm waters and cold waters combining together is a good habitat for shrimp. So the spatial plan will help us, to reorganize our investments in the ocean. Then we also have Lake Turkana Fisheries Management Plan, and basically, looking at how we harness the potential of Turkana, which covers both Marsabit and Turkana counties. And basically here, what we want to do is to utilize the potential, of this particular lake and begin to inspire the economy of the two counties and the nation at large. So we have a whole Lake Turkana Fisheries Management Plan, which we should be rolling out. And I think on Friday we'll be visiting the lake to concretize these plans. We also have a small pass Seine Fishery Management Plan, and quite a number of them. I think I don't need to belabor on them because they are very clear. We have National Aquaculture Development Strategy, which has also illuminated the potential of aquaculture in Mount Kenya region. And we have embarked on Sagana because we want to basically inspire also aquaculture activities in Mount Kenya. So I think we have quite a number of strategies that we put together to ensure that we inspire the blue economy sector. That also means we have also reviewed all the regulations that have been developed. Some of them are already with the delegated legislation team in the National Assembly, and we are moving forward, to ensure that we bring order in the fisheries and blue economy sector. The second question that relates to the 1 billion fund investing in women in blue economy, which is also very critical because you see, the blue economy sector has a lot of players, and women have a huge contribution to this, to the economy in most parts of the blue space. And it is for that reason that we decided to partner, with the Canadian government and also the Africa Enterprise Fund to bring on board a grant, which is going to help women to progress in their enterprises. This 1 billion fund is currently in 2 regions, in Lake Victoria region, covering the Lake Victoria counties, and also in the coast region, covering the ocean counties. This fund is led by the private sector, so we don't have any money as a government on this one. It's purely a private sector led program, of course with our guidance, and basically looking at how they are going to work with vulnerable women who are struggling with businesses in this sector. We launched this fund in August 2023. Approximately 200 million has already been committed to 3 medium-sized enterprises in Lake Victoria at approximately 155 million, and other 20 small-scale enterprises in coast region, and we have already given 50 million. We did this last month. The organization was in Mombasa. We have tabulated, actually. We have tabulated the amounts in that page. I don't have to go page by page. We've done for Lake Victoria and also for coast region. And because also Senator Miraj was asking on behalf of the House, I want to assure the House that the money is still there. So those that are in those regions, you can mobilize, the enterprises together with our officers and the private sector to ensure that this money can be accessed. It's not a loan, it is a grant. You don't have to be a fisherman but you have to do a blue economy related enterprise, and then they can apply for these funds. We have also worked with county governments so that there can be a wider reach. Question number C. Question number C about the policy on women in blue economy space. First of all, I want to assure the House that even the policies that I mentioned earlier that we are developing in question 1, you know, most of them has also leveraged on providing an enabling environment, you know, for women to participate in blue economy activities. The blue economy in Kenya includes several artisanal and commercial scale activities, from the traditional ocean and freshwater industries such as fisheries and tourism to new and emerging activities such as seabed, extractive activities, aquaculture, honey harvesting, and also mangroves. Kenya has targeted response at policy level to address obstacles faced by women and increase their participation in blue economy related activities and to empower them to immediate and long-term benefits. So we have quite a number that we have elaborated here, including our engagement in the coastal and marine ecosystem, the cabinet approval of the Kenya Fisheries Policy 2023, which also makes a lot of enabling environment for women participation. The draft National Blue Economy Strategy is also very key in enabling, and because Kenya is a member of many international organizations, we have subscribed to the Agenda 2030 on sustainable development, and many of these are also critical to women. So I think the place of women in blue economy is properly placed, you know, in many of the instruments that we have so far developed. So, Madam Speaker, I hereby submit, and I also want to thank you for the attention and the opportunity to provide responses to the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Miraj. You have opportunity for a maximum of 2 more supplementary questions. You may have that now, if you wish.
I'll allow my fellow members to ask, then I will conclude.
Very well then. Senator Kamara?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I start by thanking the Minister for articulating the answers and to congratulating him on the plans that he has, because they say that if you don't plan, you plan actually to fail. So the very detailed plans that he has for the 2 sectors is really impressive. I also want to say without a doubt that we do expect investment in the women to be a success story. This is the first, among the first governors to hand over their seat to their deputies, and not just a deputy, but a deputy woman, and we congratulate you for that. Congratulations, Waziri. We know that you are not intimidated by women or anybody, but you plan and you help people, so congratulations. The one question that I have which cuts across both sectors in your ministry is on the human resource preparedness. Once upon a time, I was an assistant to Minister Michuki, and we had a challenge that we were mining, and the questions that are being raised today were raised then, that you give somebody an opportunity to explore, and the exploration of 21 years is not without plan by the crooked miners, because they knew more than we knew. Somebody tells you, I'm taking coal, and they're taking something else. How are we doing in human resource? Because do we have enough human resource that can cover the sector of the blue economy as well as the mining sector? Do we really have an expert who can distinguish the green precious stones that we find in Taita Taveta. Because you are told that one green is different from another green, and they're all almost the same. Do we have experts? And if we do, how is the ministry planning to sustain that human resource capacity so that Kenyans at any exit point and entry point can identify what these miners who seem to be international are concerned? I also hope that you are planning on value addition as the goal for this country. With that, I believe, Madam Speaker, this country can be run by the mineral sector the way Michuki dreamt and passed on before he did. I think this minister will do it. Thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante sana Mama Speaker. Swali langu linahusu uchumi samawati. Chini ya ile program ya waziri ya KEMS Fed, Kenya Marine Fisheries Economic Social Development Project. Waziri, kwanza nataka kushukuru sana. Kazi unayofanya sisi tumeikubali na Wakenya wameikubali. Na swali langu ni kuhusu hii program. Hii program waziri, ulikuja kwetu Tana River na ukatueleza kwamba kuna vijana ambao wanatakikana waende wakafanyiwe training ya coxswain. Na ulisema utawalipia bure. Na kweli vijana 12 kutoka Kipini wameenda, saa hii wako Kisumu. Na katika makubaliano bwana waziri, ilikuwa kila siku wanalipwa shilingi 4,000 ili waweze kupata mahali pa kulala, wapate transport na wapate chakula. Mwezi mzima siku 30 zimepita na ilikuwa ni sawa. Manake waliambiwa training itakuwa siku 45 waziri. Siku 30 mambo yalikuwa sawa. Siku 15 Kizungu na Kiingereza na Kichina kikaingia sasa. Wanaambiwa ati sasa pesa ni shilingi 1,000. Bwana waziri, as I'm talking to you, sahi niko na kuongelesha bwana waziri, jana vijana wangu 12 walikataa kwenda masomoni kwa sababu hakuna fare, hakuna chakula, mahali pa kulala shida. Je, bwana waziri, unaangalia haya? Kuna wizi unaendelea kwa programu yako nzuri ambayo umeianzisha wewe mwenyewe. Nataka utuambie hivi mipango ya kwamba watu wanaambiwa ni 4,000 na geuzwa 1,000 ni kweli na ni sawa na ni haki? Mtu utaishi namna hiyo namna gani? Na kuomba bwana waziri, tukiwa tunatokana hapa, ufute kazi mtu kule Tana River ama sijui ni fisheries wako. Ufuta kazi mtu, manake lazima watu waonyeshwe kwamba hatutaki wizi, hatutaki ufisadi na utapeli kwa wananchi wa kawaida. Watoto wadogo wanaenda kutafuta elimu wasaidike, alafu inakuwa namna hii. Waziri, swali langu ni kuwa, je, ni hatua gani utachukua kusaidia watoto wetu wa Kipini Tana River? Asante mama.
Senator Boy Isa Juma.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kunipatia fursa hii. Yangu nataka toa shukrani kubwa sana kwa waziri wetu wa madini. Mimi kama senator wa jimbo la kaunti ya Kwale nataka kugusia na viongozi wenzangu ambao pia wako hapa, wengi wana hamu kusikia kuhusu ile madini ambayo yanachimbwa na base titanium, ambayo shirika hili hivi sasa wako karibu kufunga na kuondoka katika huu migodi wanayochimba kule Kwale. Mheshimiwa Waziri, kwanza natoa shukrani kubwa sana kwako kwa sababu wiki ile iliyopita tulikuwa pamoja Kwale na PS wako na viongozi wengine katika ministry yako, wabunge na maseneta na wa MCA wote katika kaunti ya Kwale. Na pia nakushukuru pia uliweza kuzindua Post Mining Committee ambayo mimi kama area senator wa Kwale natoa shukrani sana Mheshimiwa Waziri, ili kuweza kuchagua committee ambayo committee hii umejumuisha viongozi katika kaunti ya Kwale, katika county government ya Kwale umepata fursa kuchaguliwa, na sisi viongozi ambao tuko katika nadhifa bunge, senator na madiwani umetupatia pia fursa kuweka watu ambao watakuwa ndani ya ile kamati. Mheshimiwa Waziri, najua sahihi tuko na changamoto nyingi sana kuhusu mambo ya base. Lakini naomba Mheshimiwa Waziri, kama kutapatikana mwekezaji mwingine katika hapo madini ya base titanium, Tunaomba sana Mheshimiwa Waziri, kama tungeweza pata mwekezaji mwingine aweze kuendelea na huu mradi, kwa sababu kuna watu wetu ambao karibu watu 1600 ambao wanafanya kazi katika ule mgodi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Waziri, nasimama hapa mbele kwa niaba ya watu wa Kwale, natoa shukrani kwa sababu ulikuja siku hiyo ukazindua hiyo kamati ya post mining. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu wa Kwale natoa shukrani kubwa sana Mheshimiwa Waziri, na tutakuunga mkono na hiyo kamati yako pia tutaunga mkono, ili waweze kutembea katika Kwale, wasikize wananchi wanasema nini kuhusu hii ardhi ambazo zimechimbwa na madini. Asante sana, nashukuru sana. Thank you.
Honorable CS, you may now respond to those ones.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and the House, honorable members. Madam Speaker, you will allow me to answer the questions as they have been asked. You know, I made a statement on blue economy, but some of the issues have taken us back to mining. And I cannot complain because I'm also the Minister for Mining. So I will handle them as they have come, away from what I have presented. The first concern from Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar, and thank you very much for the compliments. It has always been my desire to support women, not only in leadership, but also in many other parts of our economy. On the issue of human resource, especially on matters mining, it is true. Initially, we had a very big shortage, but now through the reforms that we had agreed with His Excellency the President, part of the reform is to increase our visibility and our workforce, so that our people are not cheated, because in areas, for example, with copper, some people will be told it is maram. And you know, copper as a host, as a major mineral, sits also with other minerals, lead, sometimes silver, zinc, and many others. So what we have done is we have already been granted approval to employ 368 new staff. Right now we've done 167, and these 167 staff, initially there were no cars. Now we have purchased 18 cars that are going to be available for our staff on the ground. The same way also with the blue economy, I want to confirm that we have experts. Kemfree has been very critical in understanding marine life, both in the ocean and in the inland waters. And also, we are in the progress also of upgrading our staff to understand blue economy beyond fisheries, so that we move the mentality that blue economy is equal to fisheries. And therefore, this is something we are working on. And we are cognizant also of the importance of blue economy, and that is why it is one of the pillars that His Excellency the President has identified as critical in inspiring the Kenyan economy. The other issue about value addition, both in blue economy and mining, we have a roadmap to ensure that we inspire in the mineral sector, we inspire the mineral sector to value addition and looking at who is in the value addition. And that is why I also presented here 3 investors already who have accepted to work with us in the various regions. But we are also working to isolate strategic minerals more particularly to make sure that we subject them to proper value addition and we inhibit the export of raw materials out of our country. The other effort in blue economy on value addition, if you look at the life of the fisherman in the Indian Ocean, in the Lake Victoria and all lakes, you agree with me that these fisheries activities have been more traditional. You get 1 kilo, you sell a half, you eat a half. So what we are bringing on board, honorable members, is a critical look at how we can establish value addition points. And already in the Indian Ocean, we have identified points of value addition that we call landing sites. We have Mokoe in Lamu. We have Kipini, Tana River. We have done Ngomeni in Kilifi and Kichwa Chakati. We are doing Kilifi Central. In Kilifi and Mombasa, we do Kidongo. In Kwale, we are doing Mwaepe, Gazi, and Vanga. And more importantly, we are establishing a national mariculture center, which will also be a good platform to train those who are interested in mariculture, ranging from seaweed farming, crab farming, lobster farming, and all that. These projects have already been procured, and they will cost 1.4 billion in the coast region. If you move to Lake Victoria, we have equally done the same. We have mapped out Lake Victoria all the way from Busia, where we have already done Mulukoba site. We are doing Bumbe. In Siaya, we've done Luanda Kotieno, but we will also do Asembo Bay and Wichlum. And then in Kisumu, we are going to do Ogal and Asat. As we move to Homa Bay, we will do Mainuga, Nyandhiwa, and Wakula. In Migori, we've done Sori, and we will also do Kochola. Part of the other investment is on aquaculture, and we'll do Kabonyo Kanyagwal Center of Excellence, which will be in the Nyando area, basically also to inspire, the efforts in value addition of our aquaculture products. And that will also be augmented by another center in Sagana, which will basically be for the Mount Kenya region. So I think those value addition points will be very critical. Part of the staff we have employed in mining also composed geomologists, basically experts in rock assessment. The question by Mheshimiwa Mungatana, thank you very much also for the compliment about the training of coxswains. Actually, what the President had directed, he directed we train 2,000, but we've done 5,410. And then I take note, of the issues with the 12, and we will detail our teams to find out and do a thorough investigation. I don't want to announce in this House the disciplinary measures that we will take, but I can assure you that that is part of the process. We will do a thorough investigation and make sure that whoever is responsible is brought to the disciplinary procedure. Mheshimiwa Boy, on matters based titanium, I hear you. Thank you very much also, because, Madam Speaker, we formed a post-mining land use committee because Base Titanium gave us a notice last year that the resource that they have been mining has now been depleted, and now they will hand back the mining rights back to government and close operations. So part of the process we do in such a notice, we form a post-mining land use committee, which is composed of multi-agency. We have the PS Mining as the chair. We have also Minister of Environment, Treasury, Water, then now combined with the local leadership representation. Then they work with the investor on matters transition and see how, that transition can be seamless. What I also want to assure the House is that Base Titanium has equally made other applications. In Kwale, for example, Base has made an application for mining of titanium in Kuranze. They have also made an application for prospecting, you know, in areas of Chigombero, which are still being processed. They have also applied for prospecting in Lamu and Tana River counties. And these applications are part of the process that the ministry is working on. So what I want to assure the House is that I know he has been a good investor, Mheshimiwa Senator, and the ministry is working on the applications. If they pass the test, then they will be given new prospecting licenses to explore other areas within Kwale and also in the region to find out whether they can be feasible for investment. Madam Speaker, I hereby submit.
Thank you. We have more senators, and I will request that you ask your questions quickly so that we give everybody a chance. Senator Mundigi.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Waziri, swali langu ni kuwa kuna wakati ulitembea Embu, ukaenda Mbere South, mlima inaitwa Kiangunguru, na ukapata dhahabu ambaye inaweza kusaidia upande wa economy katika Embu County. Ni wakati ulienda pia uliongea mambo mazuri sana ya kusaidia watu wa Mbere. Kwa hiyo mlima Kiangunguru kuna watu waitwa wa Mbere, wale wanaweza faidika hapo, kwa sababu vile uliangalia uliona hiyo area imewachwa sana na mambo ya maendeleo, na tukafurahia sana. Na pia tulifurahia kwa sababu katika budget ya Kenya Embu County upande wa dhahabu mwaka jana ulikuwa umetupatia milioni 2 ambaye ni pesa kidogo sana katika Embu County. Kwa hivyo kutoka wakati hiyo mpaka leo, kwa hii budget inakuja, unatupangiaje tukiwa watu wa Embu ndio pia hata sisi tusherekee hiyo pesa ya dhahabu? Ya pili, ningekuomba wakati ule mwingine unjue pia mara kwa mara wakati utakuwa unatembea kwa county uwe unahusisha maseneta, kwa sababu mimi ni vice chairperson wa agriculture, livestock na blue economy, lakini wale wako kwa vijiji uliwasa vita wakiuliza mimi ni mteteaji wa watu wa Embu County kwa Mbere na wa Embu, na siku anaonekana, kwa hiyo uliwacha vita. Ningekuomba wakati unatembea kwa county fanya kazi na maseneta na watakuangusha.
Senator Mundigi,
ni swali langu.
Please hurry up.
Ni sawa, namalizia. Ni mambo nataka kusaidia waziri, hata kama namuuliza swali. Wale watu utakuta wambunge utakuta sini watakupotosha, lakini hakuna wakati wa seneta watakupotosha. Kwa hivyo swali langu nimekuuliza vile watu wa Embu watafaida iwe pesa mfukoni, na pia kwa hii budget inakuja watu wa Embu umetuongezea pesa ngapi? Na kama unja tuongezea unafanya haraka namna gani ndio wakati ule mwingine watu wa Embu wa Mbere wa benefit na zile pesa ya ile dhahabu umepata pale? Asante sana.
Senator Beatrice, I suggest you do it quickly so that we give others a chance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Senator Miraj for the question, especially on the disbursement of the 1 billion under the Investing in Women in the Blue Economy in Kenya project. At the implementation, the CS has reported that it is at the Coast region and the Lake Victoria region. My question is, although CS, you stated that it is largely under the private sector, but of course with your guidance as a ministry, I'm interested in knowing who are these in terms of details who have accessed this funding in Homa Bay County in particular, and what is the nature of their work. And secondly, Madam Speaker, I wanted to call upon the CS that on marine studies, we are not doing so well around the Lake Victoria, and you know that would really be a solution to the unemployment situation we have in the country. You should be working in hand with the Ministry of Education so that you see that our institutions at least are geared towards marine study, marine courses. Thank you.
Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable CS, I want to join my colleagues in giving you compliment for having taken up your docket very well, particularly because you're born in a coastal county, and hence it is important for you to really acquit yourself with very good performance, so keep going. My question first goes to, this is a follow-on question to the one that has been asked by Senator Miraj on the investment in women in the blue economy in the Kenya project. Honorable CS, you know very well how public resources are utilized, especially when such a grant is directed towards affirming a vulnerable group, and how watchful you need to be when that fund is being rolled out. My question is, have you considered utilizing this fund or giving these opportunities to other places, other counties, which have water bodies within them, like rivers, the internal waters? Have you considered including counties? We have many counties in the nation which have water bodies, including Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Turukana. They have big rivers which they can also utilize within the blue economy concept. And in the utilization of this fund, how are you using it to enhance the safety and security of women and eliminate the notorious concept of fish for sex, or is it sex for fish, within the counties that are bordering Lake Victoria, especially where the fisher folk have to actually almost sell themselves in order to get fish? How is that fund being utilized to enhance the safety of women within the blue economy? And Honorable CS, according to the AU...
Senator Maina, you're entitled to just one question, please.
Yes, the other one is very short, and it's so crucial because in view of the flooding we have experienced, Honorable CS, there are some young men within certain counties where there was flood
you know the
issues.
That is the third question you're
No,
going to
this is just about the flood issue and the young men who are trying to rescue people, and they saved lives, Honorable CS, and yet they do not have the skills. In that program you have for training coxswain, would you consider taking the ones who have actually saved and rescued lives to teach them on flotation skills, to teach them on how they could help the communities within which they are living in? Because we must upskill our young men and the ones who are divers, calling themselves divers, yet they have not been given the advantage of that skill. And they're the ones risking their lives to save other Kenyan lives. Would you consider taking them, especially the ones who actually participated in saving the flood victims? And can the counties give you the names so that you train them?
Senator Chute, please restrict yourself to one supplementary question.
Thank you. Asante, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, wacha kwanza nichukue nafasi hii kushukuru waziri na PS wake. Tulikuwa na shida Moyale, mambo ya mining, na tunapiga simu tunapata hawa, na hiyo ni shukrani kubwa sana. Madam Speaker, Moyale kuna migodi inaitwa Hilo. Hiyo migodi inasaidia watu karibu 1,000. Hivi majuzi hiyo migodi imefungwa kwa sababu ya watu kupoteza maisha yao. Nataka kujua kwa waziri ni hatua gani anachukua saa hii, kwa sababu watu wanaishi Moyale, Marsabit, Isiolo wanategemea hiyo migodi. Na ni kweli watu wamekufa pale ikafungwa. Ni hatua gani anachukua? Kwa sababu hao watu wa migodi wamekubaliana, wamekaa, wametengeneza cooperatives ya kufanya hiyo kazi kwa njia ambaye
inakubalika kisheria. Nataka waziri atuambie ni lini atakaa na hao watu ambayo wametengeneza cooperative, ndio tupate nafasi kama viongozi pia tukae na hawa waletwe pamoja, ndio hiyo sheria ya kufanya hiyo kazi iwe inaenda njia inatakana. Asante sana, nashukuru sana Madam Speaker.
Senator Uruoba.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be quick. Waziri, the Indian Ocean has a huge economic value, and we know that a lot of activities are happening there. However, there are a myriad of issues. We have security issues there. We have illegal and unregulated fishing, for instance, activities. We have organized crimes, all of that. So I wanted to know, what is your ministry doing in terms of ensuring that the environment for operating business is safe, and the issues of the threats that the businessmen and women in blue economy are facing? What is your ministry doing in that sense?
Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mstahiki Speaker. Yangu nadhani itakuwa ni maoni nikiongea kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya ukulima, uvuvi, mifugo na uchumi samawati. Kwa sababu Mstahiki Speaker, kati ya maswali ambayo yanaulizwa hapa kama kamati ungeweza kujibu. Na kwa hivyo ningetaka niseme kama mwenyekiti kidogo nasikitika kwa sababu mialiko ambayo tumekuwa tukifanya haikuweza si kuona katibu wa kudumu katika Wizara ya Uchumi Samawati. Kwa hivyo ningeomba tunapoitana tena wanje, kwa sababu katika shughuli muhimu na maswali yanayoulizwa na seneta ambao ni muhimu tumeshindwa kuweza kujibu kwa wakati tunaopewa kwa mujibu wa sheria na kanuni za kudumu katika bunge hili, kwa sababu ya kukosa kuwajibika na kuwaona katika kamati ya ukulima. Hiyo nimeongea kwa kusikitika, lakini tunawaunga mkono na asante kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wanaendelea kufanya. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bi Speaker, nikimalizia yangu ni kumpongeza waziri kwanza kwa kuweza kufika kwa wakati, kwa sababu nimeuliza maswali haya wiki 3 zilizopita na inatakiwa kujibiwa kwa muda wa wiki 2, na waziri ameweza kuyajibu kwa wakati. Na nipende kujulisha wakazi ambao wananiangalia kutoka jimbo la Pwani, magatuzi 6. Sisi watu tunaoishi katika magatuzi hayo, Bi Speaker na waziri, ni watu ambao tunaishi katika maisha ya uchochole. Na ninazungumza hivi nikigongelea msumari mazungumzo yaliyoweza kuzungumzwa na Seneta Boni Khalwale. Tuko na wafanyi biashara wengi kuanzia Vanga hadi Kiunga, na haswa tunapovuka kivuko cha Likoni kuna wamama wengi pale wanauza samaki. Na nadhani Seneta Veronica alipokuwa anaongea amezungumza yale ambayo yalikuwa moyoni mwangu. Nimezungumzia masuala ya wanawake, kwa sababu mahali kokote inapozungumziwa kijana, mwanamke ama mtu yoyote yule anaishi na ulemavu, huwa kunaingia filfinyange waziri. Hadi waleo wale wanawake ambao wanajihusisha na biashara ya kuuza samaki, nikiashiria wale wachuuzi ambao wanapika, kukaranga na kuuza rejareja, pamoja na wale wengine ambao wako kando pale Likoni katika kivuko, hawajafaidika na mradi wa aina yoyote katika Wizara ya Uchumi Samawati. Waziri, na kuomba, na nimekuita hapa kwa sababu moja waziri. Nimekuita hapa tu kwa sababu moja. Kesho utakapoondoka katika hicho kiti, watu wa Pwani wasiseme mtoto wetu alikuwa amekaa hapo na hakutusaidia. Ndiposa nikakuuliza, je, kuna sheria ambayo inakuzuia wewe kutokusaidia jamii za Wapwani ambao wanazingatia sana na wanautarajia uvuvi kama uti wa mgongo? Sisi hatuna mashamba mengine, Bi Speaker. Naomba nizungumze tu tafadhali tu, kwa sababu shamba letu kubwa waziri ni bahari yetu. Naomba ikiwa kuna sheria ambayo inakutatiza, Niko hapa, yuko Senator Boy pale na wako wengine katika bunge. Tuletee tuweze kupiga msasa ili tuweze kuona watu wetu wanauza wale samaki, lakini kwa hadhi ambayo Rais William Samoei Ruto alikuwa anaazimia wakati akinitoa mimi katika kuuza viazi, akinileta hapa seneti, ili yule aliye chini aweze kuja juu, kwa sababu ilikuwa ruwaza ya Rais William Samoei Ruto kuona mahasla wameweza kupata hadhi katika maeneo wanayofanya biashara zao. Asante Bi Speaker na asante Bwana Waziri, hongera sana kwa kufika.
Honorable CS, your time, it's limited time, but do your best.
Kwanza nataka kusema asanteni sana kwa sababu maswali mengi ambayo yameulizwa, mengine yalifungana na madini, mengine yana ufungamano na uchumi samawati. Na kama vile nimezungumza hapo mbeleni, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ama Bi Speaker, utaniruhusu nitajibu vile yalivyoulizwa. Kwa sababu kama tungekuwa tumeangalia ile swali iliulizwa na Senator Miraji peke yake, pengine hatungepata nafasi ya kuwa na upeo na ufasaha wa kuangalia masuala haya. Kuna swali imeulizwa na Senator Mudigi kutoka Embu kuhusu madini ambayo yako Embu. Na kwanza nataka niseme kwamba katika sehemu ile tumetembea na tumegundua madini ya coltan ambayo yanatumika kutengeneza vyombo na vigezo vya mawasiliano kama simu na laptop. Madini ya coltan, waheshimiwa, ni mchanganyiko wa columbite na tantalite, na ndio maana tulipoyatangaza ni madini ambayo tunataka yaongeze uwekezaji katika sehemu ya Embu na sehemu zote ambayo tumezigundua. Na mheshimiwa amesema kwamba wakati ule mwingine 20% ya mgao ilikuwa milioni 2. Ni kwa sababu hakukuwa na wawekezaji ambao wanalipa. Lakini ukiangalia ile 2.9 billion ama bilioni 2 na milioni 900 ambayo tumegawa kwa kaunti 32, kwa zile kaunti ambao walikuwa na wawekezaji ambao walikuwa wanafuata sheria wanalipa, pia kima chao kimeweza kuwa kikubwa, na ndio maana hivi sasa tumesema kwamba tuweze kuingia mashinani na maafisa wetu kuona kwamba kila mwekezaji aweze kulipa. Na hapo Embu kwanza tayari tumetuma maafisa zaidi, tumewatumia gari, na tutatengeneza pia maabara ama lab, testing and sampling lab in Embu, so that you are able now to have easier of testing, and this testing can be converted into investments and incomes. So subsequent financial years, we expect to have an increase in investments and shareable royalties for Embu County and many others. So kwa kifupi tu, Bi Speaker, ningependa kujibu swali hilo, and also to go to what Honorable Beatrice has also inquired about the synchronization of funding, that is investment, and also building the human resource in marine issues. I want to assure you, Madam Speaker and honorable members, that we have been very alive to the fact that the blue economy and anything marine.
Honorable CS, can I interrupt just for a few seconds?
Yes,
so that I can make an announcement? You may have a seat,
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, I wish to extend the sitting of the Senate for 15 minutes to expedite the remainder of the business under order for the CS to finish responding to the questions, and under Order 9 on adoption of the progress report on the ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi. Thank you. CS, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So what I wanted to say is we are cognizant of the fact that marine and blue economy, even in terms of training, may not have received adequate attention before. However, on the realization that blue economy is a critical pillar of our economy, we also have deliberate efforts to work with institutions of higher learning to ensure that we have experts and professionals in this particular sector. For example, I'm already aware that the Technical University of Mombasa will be initiating courses around marine and blue economy. And when we talk about the project in Kabonyo, Kanyagwal, where we do a center of excellence for aquaculture, and this will cost an initial of 1 billion initially, and then we will do another one for 1.5 billion. We are already in partnership with Tomboya University as the institution that is going to participate actively in this particular project. When you also look at the entire area of maritime, we have also been able to find international partnerships so that Kenya can benefit from experience, so that Kenya can also benefit from lessons of other countries. And we have quite a number of MOUs on capacity building that we have signed with different countries, Indonesia, and many others, to bring experiences to Kenya. Our Kenya ChemFree has been very critical in research, and now what we have agreed is that we now need to convert research into action, because in many areas that have been researched, you find there has been a gap with implementation. So we also augment research and implementation, and this is coming out very well. So I want to assure the House that even as we go forward, we are very much aware. If you wanted a marine engineer today, you will have a lot of challenge. So we have made efforts to make sure that we augment this particular sector with new initiatives that will also benefit from technology. More importantly, last December, Kenya was voted as a member of the International Maritime Organization, and that profile is not a small profile. So already we have a grant of 336 million, which is being managed by Jomo Kenyatta University to also look at issues of technology in the sector. So we are very much on board. I think the other issue that I want to respond to, the issue that Senator Veronica has been able to put before the House, apart from the 1 billion fund that we are administering in Coast and Lake Victoria, next week, we are also working with our partners, IFAD, and we are launching another 1 billion fund for aquaculture in Mount Kenya region, so that we can also have the investors in those particular region, those that are bottom of the pyramid, to benefit from this grant. So already we have those plans, Madam Speaker, and next week we should be able to launch the 1 billion fund for aquaculture that will focus on the other regions away from Lake Victoria and the Indian Ocean. The other part of the question relates to issues of safety. It is true that when you go to the blue areas, the blue waters in the Indian Ocean, Lake Victoria, Lake Baringo, Lake Turkana, you will find young people and also old people who may not have acquired a formal education. They don't have a degree in coxswain, they don't have a degree in anything, but they have a lot of skills, which includes diving, coxswainship, navigation, and many others. And they can even tell you, even when we were talking about Hidayah, they already were telling us also of how the ocean behaves. So we have a lot of skills that people have acquired over the years, and that is why His Excellency directed that the coxswains, the first batch of coxswains are trained, not considering any level of education, but we consider the level of skills. So that process is ongoing. As I said, we were given a target of 2,000. We've done 5,410, and we have a commitment also to train coxswains in Lake Baringo, in Lake Naivasha, and all other lakes in our country, so that first of all we bring to speed those who are already in the sector, and then thereafter we can now upgrade the training to cover other people. I'm also cognizant of the fact that the blue sector, the blue economy sector and fisheries in particular, sometimes you have people who also take advantage, and they molest and intimidate women and do all sorts of things. So I want to assure you that all the strategies, policies, regulations that I put forward before this House have also created an enabling environment that will also protect women. And in fact, later this year, we will have a whole conference with COMESA and other countries to discuss this matter in great detail, so that we can also get much more commitment on the protection of women. Mheshimiwa Chute from Marsabit, thank you very much. It is true we closed Dabel. Naona hii imeulizwa na Kiswahili, na saa zingine hii sekta yangu inakosa msamiati, lakini niseme kwamba Speaker, sehemu ya Marsabit tulifunga ile Dabel kwa sababu kulikuwa na mambo mengi ya uchimbaji migodi bila leseni, kwa hivyo tukafunga. Na hivi sasa vile tumefanya, tayari tumesajili vyama vya ushirika 6, kwa sababu nia yetu ni kwamba wananchi wa kawaida wakiwa kwa vyama vya ushirika waweze kuwa na nafasi pia ya uchimbaji migodi pamoja na wale wawekezaji wakubwa. Kwa hivyo saa hii tuko katika shughuli hiyo, tumesajili na tutatembea tena tuende tuangalie hiyo sehemu, ndo tutenge area, sehemu ya vyama vya ushirika na sehemu ya uwekezaji mkubwa. Na ni shughuli ambazo tutazifanya tukishirikiana na nyinyi kama viongozi, na tutashirikiana pia na sekta nyingine ya serikali kwa mambo ya kuhakikisha pia kuna usalama wa kutosha. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo ambalo tunalitilia maanani na tunataka kuendelea mbele kuhakikisha tumeweza kuwa wabunifu katika sekta hii, lakini pia mwananchi wa kawaida yule amekuwa mchimbaji migodi aweze kufaidika. Jambo lingine muhimu pengine nilikuwa nimeruka ni mambo ya usalama, haswa katika ufuo wa bahari ambayo pia imeulizwa. Na katika mambo ya usalama, kwanza tunafanya kazi na vitengo vya usalama, Coast Guard na vitengo vingine, jeshi letu, kuhakikisha kwamba Indian Ocean iko salama. Na ndio maana mwaka jana, mwanzo wa mwaka jana, ufuo wa bahari ama bara Hindi iliweza kutolewa katika ile hesabu ya zile fuo za bahari ambazo ni hatari, na ikasemekana sasa iko na usalama wa kutosha. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo ambalo tumechukulia kwa maanani, na tunataka kutangazia kila mtu kwamba Indian Ocean iko salama, kwa sababu katika hapo Indian Ocean mbali na kwamba tuna jeshi letu, tuna Coast Guard, pia kuna vifaa muhimu ambayo tumepata ambayo imegharimu milioni 306. Tumepata tugboats ama boti mpya ambazo zitaweza kuzunguka na maafisa wetu ili kuleta usalama katika ufuo wa bahari. Na tunaendelea hivyo, pia tunajenga kituo hapo Mombasa, pia tunajenga kituo kingine kule Ziwa Victoria ya search and rescue, na tunataka kutumia teknolojia ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweza kujua mahali usalama umekosekana. Na mkikumbuka mwezi wa Disemba tuliweza kushirikiana na vyombo vya usalama ili kuona kwamba tunawanusuru wale mabaharia na wavuvi ambao walikuwa wamepotea na baadaye wakarudi nyumbani. Ni kwa sababu ya hivi vifaa ambavyo tumeweza kuweka kuleta mambo ya usalama. Niseme kwamba pia nichukue nafasi hii kusema kwamba hizi sehemu nyingi za bahari na maziwa na mito, hasa wakati huu wa mafuriko, ni muhimu watu wawe waangalifu. Tumeona sehemu nyingi kama Baringo ambayo ile boti imekuwa na watu wengi zaidi ya kipimo. Kwa hivyo pia wananchi wajihadhari. Mwisho kabisa, swala limeulizwa na Senator Miraj na amezungumza moyo wake safi kwa ufasaha kuhusu vile kina mama wanashiriki kwa biashara za samaki na uchumi samawati. Mbali na hii 1 billion ambayo tumezungumzia, ambayo inaangaliwa na sekta ya kibinafsi, pia katika mradi ambao tunashirikiana na Benki ya Dunia, tuko na pia ruzuku zingine ambayo inawafaidi vikundi, na Mheshimiwa Rais mwaka jana alipeana milioni 320, baadaye akapeana tena milioni 700, na hivi sasa tuko na bilioni 1.2 ambayo iko tayari kwa counties zile, na ile inatakiwa tu mheshimiwa ni kwamba wanaweza kufanya kazi na county, watume maombi na county watatuletea yale maombi ambayo wamepitisha, tuyangalie hapa, alafu tunawaandikia check, tunawatumia pesa ya kufanya biashara yao. Kwa hivyo nafikiri ni nafasi nzuri ya kuhimiza kwamba tushirikiane vizuri ili tuweze kuhakikisha wengi wamefaidi. Na nataka tu niseme kwamba kwa muda huu ambao tumefanya kazi na nyinyi, tumekuwa na uwazi. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuendelea kushirikiana ili yule mama samaki waweze kufaidika na yale yote ambayo tunayapangia. Kwa hayo mengi, Bi Speaker, na kwa sababu ya muda ningependa kukomea hapo, lakini niseme kwamba kikao kama hiki ni kizuri, na nataka tu kuhakikisha, nimeona yule mheshimiwa senator ameuliza mambo, mwenyekiti ameuliza mambo ya katibu. Katibu wa Blue Economy yuko hapa na anapatikana wakati wote kama kuna habari zinatakikana. Tukielezana hata mimi nitafika kuwaeleza, msiwe na wasiwasi. Mungu awabariki, asanteni sana.
Thank you. Honorable CS, you may take your leave. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims.
That order shall be deferred.
Order number 9, motion. Adoption of the progress report of the ad hoc committee on the compensation to Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi.
Is it Senator Miraj? No, sorry, Senator Kavindu, but it's time to rise. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We will, Honorable the Sergeant at Arms, you can hold on a little. We will allow you to read the motion and then we adjourn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will it be seconded?
No, it will not be seconded. It will then continue later.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. The progress report on the ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing in the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. Madam Speaker, the Senate ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of 1998 of the United States Embassy in Nairobi was established on 29th June 2023, but held its first meeting on 18th of July. The committee was able to meet with the victims of the bomb last tragedy, their lawyers.
Honorable Senator Kavindu, we will adjourn and you will have 18 minutes when we begin.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Senators, it is now 1:16 p.m. and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of sitting pursuant to Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 15th May 2024 at 2:30 p.m.